Council Chambers, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, please stay on the line. We will start the meeting just in a few minutes.
Elena, I asked if you guys could call me after the proclamation.
I'm sorry, could you please say it again? Okay.
If I could ask everyone to take their seats, we will get started in a second here.
Share button. That works. Yes.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Menlo Park City Council special and regular meeting for Tuesday, March 13th, 2018. I'd like to again welcome everyone. I'm Peter Otaki. I'm honored to be the mayor of Menlo Park this year. And to my right, we have Councilmember Rich Klein. To my left, Vice Mayor Ray Mueller. And we will have on the phone both council members Catherine Carlton and Kirsten Keith. They will be connected in via phone shortly. And my over at the table to my left, your right, is City Manager Alex McIntyre. Next to him is our City Attorney, Bill McClure. And over here on this side is Deputy City Clerk, Elena Harada. I'd like to point out that if you'd like to speak this evening, and we very much welcome your input and comments, please fill out a card, which is on the back table, and kindly provide the card to Elena, and she'll organize those cards by subject, and we welcome you to speak this evening. If I can ask all of you to stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we just completed our closed session. Apologize, ran a little bit late. I don't have any report on any actions. We have a couple of proclamations this evening and very special guests. Let me first, let's see, shall we do this? So first I'm going to read an initial proclamation which is related to Arbor Day, and it actually is related to our second proclamation to the welcoming the Galway mayor. So Arbor Day 2018, whereas National Arbor Day is observed on the last Friday of April each year by many states across the country for the community planting of trees, and whereas California Arbor Day is observed March 7th in honor of famed horticulturalist Luther Burbank's birthday, and whereas California Arbor Week is observed March 7th to 14th each year to encourage appropriate planting and activities, and whereas the benefits of trees as part of a stable global environment are well recognized, and whereas the special importance of trees in cities in reducing energy use and maintaining an awareness of the natural world is also evident, and whereas the city of Menlo Park is well known for its numerous and beautiful trees, which truly enhance the desirability of Menlo Park as a community in which to live, work, and play, and whereas the planting of a tree this morning with Mayor Piers Flannery of Galway, Ireland, symbolizes the sister city relationship and the historical bond between Menlo Park and Galway. Now, therefore, I, Peter Otaki, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Menlo Park, California, acknowledge the planting of one Zircova tree at the Laurel School Upper Campus in Menlo Park on March 13th, 2018, this morning, in recognition of National Arbor Day, and affirm the City Council's commitment to protect and enhance the Menlo Park urban forest. So we will provide that to our staff and celebrate that. We have a very special guest this evening, which is the mayor of our sister city, Galway, Ireland. And if I could ask Mayor Flannery to come up and join me at the podium. We're going to, I'll read this and we'll talk from the podium here. Yeah, I know. I unfortunately do not have the gold chain, so. So I just wanted to make an initial comment that we had the pleasure this morning to plant a tree at the Upper Laurel School here in Menlo Park. There is some history to that, and I don't know if we have a photo of it that we could show, but 55 years ago, on March 15th, 1963, there was a reciprocal planting of trees between Menlo Park and Galway, Ireland at that time. There was a tree planted at the O'Connor School, which is now the Upper Laurel campus. And in fact, I think we actually planted the tree today next to the elm that was planted 55 years ago. So it was a sort of a historic commemoration of a tree planting that also took place 55 years ago. And I think it helps to symbolize the continuing and renewal of the bonds that we have between our two cities. So if you allow me, I'll read the proclamation celebrating Sister City, Galway, Ireland. Whereas Sister Cities International is a nonprofit citizen diplomacy network that creates and strengthens partnerships between U.S. and international communities, promoting peace through mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation, one individual, one community at a time. And whereas on November 17th, 2015, the Menlo Park City Council adopted a resolution to enter into a Sister Cities International Agreement with the City of Galway, Ireland. And whereas the City of Menlo Park and the City of Galway share a historical bond from over 150 years ago when two Galway men, Dennis Oliver and D.C. McGlynn, from the village of Menlo, located in Galway, traveled to California and purchased a ranch they called Menlo Park. And whereas when the train station was built, the train engineers looked around for a suitable name for the station, and they saw the gate to the ranch with the words Menlo Park on it. They decided to name the station Menlo Park. This is how we have our name, and that was 155 years ago. And whereas the aspiration of this ongoing relationship is to allow further development of education, heritage, and economic links between the two cities, and whereas Menlo Park and Galway remain committed to the collaboration between local officials, institutions, and residents, now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Peter Otake, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council, hereby recognize and acknowledge Mayor Pierce Flannery and Director of Services, Mr. Thomas Connell of Galway, Ireland, for their collaboration as we continue and preserve the historical connection of our two cities. So I'd like to invite Mayor Flannery to say a few words, and then I'd like to invite my colleagues to come down. We'll take a few photos. Oh, and up here we have the picture from the tree planting. Mayor Flannery and I are on the rear side there with the tree, and there were students from Laurel Middle School this morning, or Upper Laurel School this morning, who listened to us talk about the history. And they actually did pay attention to it, so I appreciate that.
You're carrying a big stick.
Yes, yes, and hopefully they learned something out of that. But Mayor Flannery?
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Otake and councillors, Menlo Park, distinguished guests, thank you very much for the wonderful, warm reception we've received. We got in here yesterday evening, and you know, I have travelled a fair bit in my life, but I've rarely, if ever, received a welcome with the warmth and the sincerity that I've received, and I'm truly humbled by that, and I thank you. I thank you very sincerely for that. And I know I speak on behalf of Tom Connell as well when we say, look, it's wonderful. It's always nice to travel to meet people, but it's wonderful when you know that you're welcome. Sometimes maybe not so, as much so. Depends on where you go. But certainly this is not the case here. What do I say? I'm a lucky mayor in the sense that you know, in the business I'm in, I'm self-employed. I'm not a professional politician, and being mayor is an honorary title where we come from, and it's a great honour. I wear a chain that goes right back to 1465. The gold in this goes back to 1465, and it's something that you know, it's a birthright to some people, or was regarded as a birthright to some people, but it's not anymore. It's something that must be earned, and it must be earned by trust and by pride of place. And I am truly proud of being Mayor of Galway City, and I'm truly proud of being a Galwegian. You know, they say sometimes you're Irish by birth, but you're from Galway by the grace of God. And in that case, you know, we're also proud with our status of our twin cities. We have quite a few here in the US. And Galway, for those that don't know Galway, is an unusual city too, in the sense that we're facing into a designation as European Capital of Culture in 2020. We are now currently European Region of Gastronomy. We're a European Greenleaf city. The New York Times called us the world's sexiest city. They did say that before I became mayor, by the way, I should point out. The Wall Street Journal called it the world's friendliest city. We were designated Europe's best small city there very recently, and the best city in Europe in which to do business. That is true. in all cases. And it is true for a few reasons. And some of those reasons would be our cultural background. We have a cultural pedigree second to none, but we also have an unusual genetic makeup in our people and an unusual demographic makeup. And that is that almost 25% of our people were born outside our shores. In Ireland, that's a rare thing. You know, I've just turned 50. I grew up in a town called Ballinasloe in East Galway, where somebody that wasn't from the same street as you was unique, was a novelty. The change in the fortunes of our country and of our town have become immense in recent years, and this is growing and this is moving at great speed, primarily driven, I would think, by the university and the Institute of Technology in our city. Our university is in one of the top 1% of the universities on the planet. It's twinned with, for example, Stanford. It's twinned with a lot of other universities in the world that are of world renown and significance. But our university is slightly different. Why? Because it's slap bang in the middle of our city. And everybody that's in our city has had some involvement, some interaction, and probably went to the university itself. So it has changed the fortunes, the outlook, and the perception of our people. And I think that's so important because we're an inclusive city, we're a city of diversity, and we're a city of open thought and mindset. And I think that that's so important. And when you get then to go as mayor, which was not something that I had ever put in a career plan, was not something that was ever in my own life plan. It was just good fortune bestowed this upon me. But when you get to go to visit sister cities like Menlo Park, and you find out the history when the McGinn family and the Oliver family left our shores 150 years ago. They left for one reason. They left because of hunger. They left because of poverty. They left because they had no choice. Ireland was in a different place back then. Ireland was owned by another colony anyhow, or we were a colony of another country. And Ireland was in a place back then that was pretty pitiful, to say the least. And what happened? People left our shores. Over 1 million people left our shores. And they left our shores through hunger, through necessity, and through need. And what happened when they arrived on the gates of the shores in Ellis Island of the United States? They were welcomed with open arms. And these people came west and they made their lives here. And it is wonderful to see that cities such as Menlo Park treasure their lineage and understand what has happened. But we in Galway and we in Ireland also understand what has happened. We understand that in our time of need, the United States of America welcomed all our people, welcomed them with open arms and with a friendship and a sincerity that still exists today. And that, my friends, is the cornerstone of what makes America great. You made a proclamation there and an allegiance to your flag. And I've seen that over many years coming to this country. And I was explained at a meal earlier on how many years ago I brought a guitar with me for company and pretty much toured the US for as long as they'd listen to me anyhow. And during that time, I discovered something that I had not seen before in my own country or in any other country, and that was an inbuilt and innate pride, a pride of place and a pride in your flag and a pride in your country and a pride in your people. And please don't ever lose that. It's so important because what you've got going in this country is so wonderful. It's so beautiful. Ireland is often called the country Ireland of the welcomes. We are not in the halfpenny place compared to you guys. And I think it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful country that you have, and long may it continue. Thank you so much for being what you are, and thank you so much for being our twin sister city. Sisters look after one another. Sisters have more than just a passing relationship with one another. Sisters understand one another. Sisters mind one another. Sisters take care of one another. Sisters are family. Sisters are one. And I look forward, if possible at all, as Mayor of Galway, to furthering those links and to ensure. Today, for example, we visited one of your schools. We visited Facebook, one of your iconic businesses. We visited an incubation centre. We've seen so many areas that we can forge links, you know, and we should forge links in the educational sphere and in the cultural sphere and in the business sphere. But most of all, we must forge links with one another, as friends, and in symbolic bonds of friendship, but also in real bonds of friendship. So that, you know, where you're a stranger but once, you are always welcome to come visit us in Galway. We will host you, and it will be our great pride, and we've always done that, just as you've hosted us. And I've come here now not just to talk, not just to entertain, so to speak. I've come with a few challenges as well, and I'm going to lay them out now, and then I'll run. The first one is, since I became mayor, as I say, in Galway, the mayor carries no executive power other than to chair meetings and perhaps keep people apart from one another from time to time. But it's not an executive role. And I knew that when I was lucky enough to be elected as mayor. But I thought there's a few things I can do perhaps and use the position and use the profile that it carries. And two things I have done, and I'm going to issue these as challenges to the city of Menlo Park. The first one was I developed an initiative called Make Galway a Plastic-Free City. And I think plastic is destroying our planet. There are many other issues destroying our planet too from an environmental perspective, but it's beyond the ambit of my powers to address many of them. But I think what I have started to do was start a mindset and an initiative and hopefully a groundswell of opinion that we can develop a situation where we will eventually outlaw single-use plastic in all of our cities. There is no need for it. It goes straight into the system. It takes thousands of years to degrade, and it is poisoning our planet, it is poisoning our sea life, it is poisoning our marine, and it is poisoning our children because it's going into the food supply. Equally with microbeads, etc. I met a wonderful little girl today, magnificent young one. She was, 9, 10 years old, who had written to one of the major cosmetic companies asking them to get microbeads out of their cosmetics. Now, she got an answer that was perhaps not as committed as one would like, but the point is there's a 10-year-old girl there trying to create change, and that's what we want. Because one thing that has happened in the digital revolution is that the transfer of information and education as we have experienced it, at university level or at second level or at primary level, call it what you will, is going to be different now, because you can go on to Google or whatever and find out the answer to the longest river in China or whatever it may be. Those things are not as important as they once were to put into the mindset. What's important now is that we develop a faculty for critical thinking in our children, and we found that today. I thought it was brilliant. I really do. I toast you on it. I commend you on it. And I have 3 children myself. The oldest is 14. I have a girl that's 10 and a boy that's 5. And or 6 now. He'll get very cross if he heard me say that. But the reality is that these children, my children, your children, everybody's children, that's where the future lies, in the ability to think critically, in the ability to put the hands of friendship across the world to everybody, so that not just to sister cities, but to sisters in every city, because it is so, so important. The future for us, the future for this world on a global scale, is through friendship, it is through cooperation and collaboration, not through conflict and not through arguments. We must talk to one another, we must engage in dialogue, and we must try and, where possible, in small ways, ensure that people see that by our actions we are willing to lead. In the Make Galway a Plastic-Free City thing, I've tried to do that. I've tried to get an education going or a groundswell of opinion going where it will be demand-led. The businesses will follow if the consumers say, I don't want to or I don't wish to consume that soda, that whatever, that burger in a styrofoam package or in a plastic bottle or whatever the case may be. Let's get back to natural products. So that's the first thing we started to do, is try to make Galway a plastic-free city. The initiative and the challenge I'm giving you is to live plastic-free for a week. We've done it in Galway for the first week in February. We got a lot of high-profile people out there to try and live without using single-use plastic for 1 week. You try it. It's impossible. But try it. Try it, because what it will do is it will bring home to you the enormity, the scale of the problem we're facing, and the damage we're doing to our collective environments. You live in a beautiful part of the world here. We live in a beautiful part of the world. Let's keep it beautiful. Let's keep it healthy. We're only holding it in trust, so let's try and do that. So I'd like to issue that challenge. And I'd also like, if possible, to issue one more fun challenge and just explain why. A year and a bit ago, I was thinking about the project, if you like, of being mayor. And one of the things my responsibility is, as I see it, is to try and become an ambassador for Galway. Galway is probably the premier tourist destination in Ireland, which is probably the premier tourist destination in Europe. At least we'll call it that. And when we'll argue with anyone that says different. But in reality, Galway has a very, very vibrant tourism base. So we got together an initiative whereby, because there's a lot of music going on, I play music myself and a lot of my family do and all my friends do, that we got an initiative going where we got 15,000 musicians and we broke the world record. We got them on the main street, which is called Shop Street, the main shopping thoroughfare. Closed it off without permission, as it happens. We closed it off with 15,000 musicians, all playing the one song at the same place at the same time. The song was Galway Girl, written by Steve Earle, a great American musician. It was copied by Mundy and Sharon Shannon and Ed Sheeran as a derivative of it going now as well. And the point I'm trying to make is we got 15,000 people on the streets. Now, this is the home of people that I would have revered and still revere in my childhood, Jerry Garcia and the likes. This is also the home of some pretty good music. So I'm issuing the challenge to see, I'm going to let you see the video. It's 3 minutes long. My own kids, everybody we know that's in it. I'm going to turn it up loud if you can. And I'm asking you to beat it. And I'm going to ask all our sister cities to beat this idea that we're going to have 15,000 people, 16,000 people, 20,000 people. Let's start a movement here. And hopefully what we can do is transfer the spirit of friendship through music to all of our friends.
Took a stroll down the old walk in the day. I met a little girl and we stopped to talk on a fine soft day. I asked you, friend, what you felt to do, because her hair was black and her eyes were blue. And I knew right then I'd be taking a whirl down the Salt Hill Pond with a Galway girl. Woo! Because her hair was black and her eyes were blue. So I took her hand and then I gave it a twirl, and I lost my heart to a Galway girl. So when I woke up, I was all alone, with a broken heart and a ticket home. And I asked you, friends, oh, what would you do? Because her hair was black and her eyes were blue. She said, I traveled around, I've been all over the world. Boys, I've never seen nothing like a Galway girl. Last time.
And that, my friends, is what Galway is all about. It's a city that we like to think is a fun city. It's a city that people will come out at a moment's notice. That was organised in less than a week. People will come out in vast numbers to celebrate, to collaborate, and to ensure that the city remains as vibrant and as powerful as it was, and hopefully it will be more so in the future. And I hope when I pass on these chains as mayor that I have done in some way, in some small way, contributed to that. And what I'm trying to do here, and what I'm hoping to do here, is with all our sister cities across the globe, that if we can try and collaborate on this, I'll give you a commitment. I'll come back with my guitar and I'll lead the charge for you. And if we want to try and do this, you come visit us, we'll go visit you. Your tourism numbers will be enhanced. Your marketability and your marketing will be enhanced. And without a shadow of a doubt, the interaction and the dialogue of our citizens will ensure that we become more than citizens, we become sisters. Sisters, maybe not genetically and maybe not in gender, but sisters in mindset. And I would really like that. It would be my great pleasure to try and foster and facilitate such an initiative. It is and has been a great pleasure to be here. It is and has been a great pleasure to speak with you and to you. And it is my great pleasure to have met some of you, if not all of you. On behalf of the people of Galway, we are very proud, we're very honoured, and we're very humbled to be a sister city of Menlo Park in California. A wonderful part of the world, twinned with another wonderful part of the world. And it is our responsibility now to forge those bonds, to make them stronger and better going forward. And I will commit to that every day of every week, because I truly think this is a wonderful place and the people living here are truly wonderful too. In Irish, when we want to say thank you, we say Gur Míle Maithagh, 100,000 thank yous. I thank you most sincerely on my behalf and on behalf of Tom Connell and the people of Galway for just simply for being our friends. Gur Míle Maithagh Galéir.
So, Mayor, I'd like to present to you some gifts. I know you traveled long and far to get here. This is from the Allied Arts Guild, which has all sorts of art shops and studios here in Menlo Park. We didn't get a chance to take you there today, but I'd like to present this to you.
Thank you very much.
As well. And then we also have one for Mr. Connell.
That's beautiful.
And I'd love to have you join us as well. And let's take a few photos here. Absolutely. Great. And let's, why don't we see if we can grab a...
Leave these down for a moment.
Yeah, if you want to
Yeah.
put that there. And then I was going to hold their
Knock out the
proclamation.
proclamation.
So. Yep. Great. Thank you.
My pleasure. Good to meet you. Thank you. Okay. I have a few gifts here. In probably the most iconic emblem in the city of Galway, goes back about 400 years, I think, is the Claddagh emblem. It's here on the. There was a crown on this once, but for sensitivities over the years, that it had to be changed. And in 1937, it was recast, and the Claddagh emblem goes into it. And in the Claddagh, it's an old fishing village. It's part of Galway City now. The emblem is an iconic image, and it's two hands holding a heart. And I think they're cufflinks. I hope they're not earrings, or you're in trouble. So the Claddagh emblem, which is an iconic emblem of Galway. And also just because we were here today visiting Business and Incubation Centre, a book I wrote myself a number of years ago to raise money for a children's charity, Childline. It went #1 in Ireland, which sounds great, but you have to remember Ireland's a very small country. Most of my friends bought one. But I wrote it to raise money for charities, anecdotes and advice from icons of Irish business.
Wonderful.
And an accompanying CD that follows through on it.
Oh, great.
So I hope
And also, I wanted to make one comment. So this vase here is by a Japanese-American artist here in Menlo Park. And as you know, my surname's Japanese-American, but on certain days like this, if you put an apostrophe
I was thinking that.
instead of
For St. Patrick's Day.
H, I'm Irish today. So
the Otakis from Connemara.
It's Peter Otaki. Yes, that's right. So with that, again, thank you. It was
Thanks very
just
much.
a pleasure to host you.
Thank you.
There's that, and the proclamation.
I'm going to mind that one.
There it is.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'll let you get on to your
Absolutely.
business
All
now.
right. Thank
It was my
you.
great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank the Sister Cities Committee, many of whom are here this evening, as well as Jim Cogan and the Economic Development Team for their work preparing for Mayor Flannery's visit. Thank you very much. All right. Yes, if you could call. So I think we're going to now move to the study session, item F1, which is to consider and provide direction regarding, number one, updating the city's below market rate housing ordinance and below market rate program guidelines, and two, updating the community amenities required for bonus level development in the residential mixed use zoning district. We have Housing and Economic Development Manager Jim Cogan, who will introduce the item. Assistant City Attorney Lee Prince will provide a presentation as well, and I think we're getting both council members Keith and Carlton on the line to join us. So bear with us a minute as we connect our colleagues.
Councilmember Carlton, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Please stay on the line.
Hello?
Councilmember Keith, can you hear us? This is Yelena.
Yes.
Okay, please stay on the line. Thank you. We're in the meeting now. So thank you. We can move on now.
Okay, great. So I'll turn this over to Jim Cogan for the staff presentation. Jim, I know you had a busy day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you mentioned, I'm your Housing and Economic Development Manager, Jim Cogan, and I'm joined tonight by Lee Prince, our Assistant City Attorney, who will be going through the presentation for you, and then, of course, we'll open it up for questions. Just as a quick background on the item, this is the first time that the council will see some changes to the BMR ordinance and guidelines this year. The Housing Commission is also working on some additional changes, and we've got some housing commissioners here in the audience tonight. And so I wanted to recognize the work that they're doing. This is really two items, and we're bringing a study session to you rather than a request for action, because one action will somewhat inadvertently affect the RMU district in the Bayfront area. And so we wanted to get the council the opportunity to really understand the issue and wrestle with some of these policy questions. So with that, I wanted to also mention to you that this topic has gone before both the Housing Commission and the Planning Commission, and so we can give you some feedback on, or some information on the feedback that we received from those two commissions. And with that, without further ado, I will turn it over to Lee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. As Jim mentioned, my name is Lee Prince, and I'm one of the Assistant City Attorneys, and I have the pleasure tonight of walking through the affordable housing policy discussion with you. We'll be focusing tonight on AB 1505 and its impact on the city's BMR program, as well as the RMU zoning district. So we're going to be asking you tonight for feedback on two specific areas. The first is the update to the city's below market rate housing ordinance and the BMR program guidelines. This applies citywide, and so it impacts all of the city. The second item that we're requesting your direction on is the update to the community amenities required for bonus level development in the residential mixed use, or RMU zoning district. So that's very focused just on that one zoning district. So the first thing that we need to go through is really to understand the changing law. In 2009, the California Court of Appeals decided the Palmer versus City of Los Angeles case. The court held that the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act prohibits local governments from imposing inclusionary housing requirements on rental housing. That's been the law up until September of last year, when the governor signed a housing package consisting of a number of bills, but most importantly, Assembly Bill 1505. It was adopted to legislatively override the Palmer decision and to allow local governments to impose inclusionary requirements on rental housing projects. So first, we're going to take a look at what AB 1505, what impact did that have on the city's BMR ordinance and guidelines? So inclusionary zoning is a requirement to provide affordable housing as part of the total units in a project. So as you see on the screen, for sale rental projects, if you have a project consisting of 0 to 4 units, it's exempt from that inclusionary requirement. If you have a project with 5 to 9 units, the project must provide one affordable unit. For a project of 10 to 19 units, that requirement is 10%. And for 20 or more, it's 15% affordable. Now you can see there, I have the red circle and slash through the residential rental because while Palmer was in place, we could not apply the inclusionary requirements to residential rental housing, and that has been consistent since the Palmer case came down. However, since AB 1505, now the city can once again apply its inclusionary requirements to rental housing. Inclusionary zoning is also applicable to commercial projects. While the goal is always to have units built on site, with commercial projects that can often be more difficult because they are commercial projects. And so usually they'll pay a fee. And as you can see on your screen, there's some dollar values associated with that fee. One thing that AB 1505 did do that is new, which is not in the city's current inclusionary zoning and guidelines, is to require the city to provide a rental housing developer an alternative to providing those units on site. That could be an in lieu fee, dedication of land, off-site construction, and other options. So one of the things that we're requesting feedback from the council on is how to set that in lieu fee. So staff did some background research, took a look at what other communities in the area are doing, and have come up with 4 approaches that we'd like to present to you this evening. The first is the market value approach. So this is when you take a look at the difference between the value of a project with a BMR unit and the value of the project with a market rate unit. And the in lieu fee is then set on a project by project basis, the delta between those two values. Then there's the cost approach, which is a little bit more in-depth and with a long view. It's the cost to acquire the land, but also to design, develop, construct, maintain, repair, and administer that BMR unit. And Jim may have more details on this, but I believe the Housing Commission had a preference for this approach. The third approach is a standardized approach. It's taking either that first market value approach or the cost approach and using it to determine a standard fee for a 1-bedroom unit. And then depending on the projects that's coming before you, you adjust that fee based on the project size and location. The final approach is what we're calling a limited fee approach. Again, it takes the first or the second market value or cost, but then limits the fee below what those calculations would result in. So here the idea would be that a limited fee would actually incentivize housing production in general. The drawback to this approach is that it results in fewer affordable housing units and often less land available to develop those affordable housing units. So we'll come back to this towards the end of my presentation and give you the opportunity to provide feedback on those 4 approaches. Next, we'll take a look at the RMU zoning district specifically and the impact that AB 1505 has had on that zoning district. So just to kind of set the lay of the land, provided here on this slide is a zoning map that shows you where the RMU zones are located in what used to be the M2 and is often referred to as the Bayfront area now. It's the kind of orangey colored spaces on that map. So that's where we're focused. When the council adopted Connect Menlo, it adopted 3 new zoning districts, the Life Sciences LS, the Office O, as well as the RMU Residential Mixed Use Zoning District. In all 3 of those zoning districts, it established bonus level development, which was additional height, floor area, in exchange for the provision of community amenities. In each of the zoning districts, it's the same. The community amenity value is set at 50% of the fair market value of the additional gross floor area of bonus level development. So I've tried to show graphically on the screen how that community amenity value is determined. So you have the base project, which is appraised at a certain level. That bonus level development is the additional development that a developer is entitled to with the provision of community amenities, and 50% of that is what the city is entitled to for community amenities. So specifically, the RMU zoning district, the council adopted slightly different language relative to bonus level development in the RMU zoning district. At the time Connect Menlo was adopted, Palmer was in play. So you could not apply inclusionary housing requirements to rental housing. And it was anticipated that that would be the product that was developed in the RMU zoning district. And it was also anticipated that it would be at that 15% level. It would be projects larger than 20 units. And so because you couldn't apply it as an inclusionary requirement, the council adopted the requirement that that amenity value be first spent on 15%, making 15% of the total units on site for affordable housing. Then relying on that appraisal process, the second use of the community amenity value would be affordable housing up to 20% of the bonus level. And then finally, if there was any remaining amenity value to be spent, it could be spent on another amenity. In the LS and the O districts, the appraisal process consists of what you see up here as number one, basically determining that total bonus value, that 50% that you saw on the previous slide. However, because we had the community amenities set out in rank order of 1, 2, and 3, there were additional steps added to the appraisal process in the RMU zoning district. So first, the total bonus value was determined. Then the total bonus value, considering that 15% affordable, was determined. And then the delta, or the difference between 1 and 2, was determined. So you knew whether there was up to 20% or an additional amenity that could be provided. So that was very specific to the RMU zoning district. So I like to think of this graphically. This can actually be a fairly complex topic, I think. And so I kind of like to look at this as buckets. So as you see on your screen, this is before AB 1505. So in the required bucket, you have things like impact fees, green building, basically the cost of the development standards of doing business here in the city of Menlo Park. On the community amenities bucket, you have things like a grocery store, a pharmacy, or affordable housing. Because there, as I mentioned, there was no way to apply it. The 15% is exclusionary. The council determined that the way to create affordable housing in the RMU zoning district was to provide affordable housing as a community amenity in exchange for that bonus level development. Well, after AB 1505, now we're once again allowed to require it as inclusionary housing. So as you can see, the affordable housing shifts the buckets. That 15% can now be required as inclusionary and doesn't need to be in that community amenity bucket. The unintended consequence of the way the RMU zoning is currently drafted is that the community amenity of 15% of the total units as the first use of that amenity value is in addition to the inclusionary requirement. So what you have here, as you can see, is now with 15% in the required bucket as well as 15% in the community amenity bucket, the potential outcome is that up to 30% of the total units on site in an RMU bonus level project would be for affordable housing. And so one of the questions we're asking the council tonight is whether it belongs in both buckets, or after AB 1505, does it only belong in the required bucket? So to kind of go back through some of the discussion points that we're seeking council's input on tonight, the citywide policy discussion items are, what's the appropriate fee methodology? I have those 4 fee methodologies that I discussed earlier listed on the screen. The second is the allocation of BMR units. So when the units, the affordable units, switch from the community amenities bucket to the required bucket, it's the BMR guidelines that control what level of affordability those units should be set at. The BMR guidelines have a preference for low or very low income units. When the council adopted the RMU zoning, there was a preference to provide flexibility that the units should be provided in accordance with the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or the RHNA numbers. And I believe this was put in, and again, here's a place where Jim might have some additional information for you. I believe these were put in an effort to make sure that the city was not only meeting its lower income goals, but also moderate income units. And I believe there was a preference at the Housing Commission to allow that flexibility to make sure the city was meeting all of its required categories. And then more specifically focused on the RMU zoning district, the questions for the council are, what is the affordable housing goal for bonus level development? Is it that the goal was to provide 15%, and now that's being required by inclusionary, and so the entire community amenity value could be spent on something else? Or is it perhaps that there's a preference for 5%, or some other option? It may also be best not to choose a specific percentage, because as markets change, the percentage that community amenity value will go towards will also change. So this is something that we would like your discussion and input on. And finally, the council spent a lot of time when it was going through the Connect Menlo process, adopting in the RMU zoning district a preference for current or recently displaced Bellhaven residents. So now again, when you have inclusionary units, the default is the BMR guidelines, and the BMR guidelines don't contain that preference. And so the question is, do you want to maintain that preference so that in order to take advantage of the bonus level development, that preference can be for Bellhaven can be included as opposed to just defaulting directly to the guidelines? And then sort of following on what your discussion is there, how do we modify the appraisal process? So as I mentioned in the RMU, there's that 3-step process. If the goal is 15%, then we delete steps 2 and 3, because if you're required to provide 15% as just sort of the cost of doing business in Menlo Park, but then you net out the 15% of the community amenity value, basically that would allow a developer to take advantage of bonus level development without actually being required to provide that community amenity. However, for example, if you wanted to make it 20%, then that appraisal process could be modified to say net out 5%. So really, it's a flexible thing that can be modified in accordance with your preference there. The fourth bullet up there is to require inclusionary units to be built on site. So if you remember back when I first started talking, one of the things that AB 1505 does is require the city to provide developers the alternative to fee out. They can pay the in lieu fee and not construct the units. So one of the things staff had thought might be worth considering is, well, what if to take advantage of bonus level development, we say, well, we've provided that alternative to meet AB 1505, but because you're voluntarily taking advantage of the bonus level of development, you need to provide those units on site. You can't fee out. And then finally, the question about flexibility. Throughout this process, we heard from developers that conventional financing and just the cost of developing a project becomes far more complicated and difficult when you exceed that 15% affordable mark. And there's an interest in whether or not when that percentage threshold was exceeded, could a developer do a standalone project so they could seek tax credit financing or partner with an affordable housing developer. And so that flexibility isn't currently there. I mean, as you know, inclusionary housing is designed to be inclusive. The units are on site as a part of the project. And certainly allowing that flexibility doesn't create that same inclusivity, but it is perhaps a financial need. So with that, Jim and I are happy to answer any questions you may have. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Unless there's any clarifying questions, either up here at the dais or on the phone, we do have 4 speaker cards. I'd like to, I think we should move to public comments, and thank you for the presentation. And thank you, Elena, for turning around the... So the first Public comment card I have is from Angela Evans from the Housing Leadership Council, followed by Ronald Snow. Angela, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having this at the beginning of the agenda. So I am Angie from the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to try to create and preserve more affordable housing. So first I want to thank the Housing Commission and Planning Commission and staff. I know this has gone through several people, and so it's clearly been thought about a lot. We read through it. It's generally good, and it's really moving in the right direction. So we appreciate that everyone has been really thoughtful throughout this process. I'm really here tonight just to say that as you answer the many questions that are in there, we think you should really keep in mind that the goal needs to be getting the deepest level of affordability for the largest number of affordable homes. And allowing for flexibility with proposals where you can, so that we can, again, get the deepest levels of affordability for the largest number of homes. And where viability is a question, we really want to make sure you look at the most objective standards. So looking at the cost of construction, economic analysis, and land values. So, and HLC, the Housing Leadership Council, is always here to answer more questions, provide you with feedback about what some other cities have done to do similar things. But again, it's generally in the right direction. We just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ron Snow, followed by Richard Trumpler. Ron, welcome. Good evening.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having this first. I've been here at midnight many times. So. My basic comment was that, it is important that we have affordable housing. That seems like, however you measure this, you need to come back and see if in lieu fees or any of these other things are achieving the goal. And my other comment there is that, you have 5 districts within Menlo, and we have people that work in West Menlo, we have people that work downtown here, and it just seems like we're creating this segregation of people that need affordable housing all are over on the Bay. And that doesn't seem like a good solution. It seems to me that there should be a goal that says in these different districts, each district should have a goal of having something that is appropriate for having goals of having affordable housing in those districts. So West Menlo, even though I live there, I think we need to have that, and maybe there needs to be some effort to address the not in my backyard issue. I think we can have that done. So I had one more point. I'm trying to find it. One of the problems with that too is that West Menlo people that work there and need to work there and need affordable housing, we don't want them adding to the commute problem that we currently have. They drive by my house, they drive by some of your houses. We have too many cars on the road already, and if people can work and walk or work and bike, that's much more sustainable type of effort. Putting everybody over on the bay and then having rising sea levels doesn't seem like long-term planning to me. And then just one more emphasis on the in lieu. I think it should be you should really consider the aspect of requiring the affordable housing. That's what we want. So on-site, I think, is what one of the options was, and I think that's really important that be the driver. And for somebody just to pay something to get out of it is not a key thing. And then if that fee is paid, there should be a direct time-driven aspect of those funds then applying to affordable housing. In other words, they just go in the fund and it becomes general and never used. Let's get it used. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ron. Rich Trumpler, followed by Andrew Marcos. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. Rich Trumpler with the Sobrato organization. I, too, would like to thank the city for holding a study session Prior to taking action on new policies, which could have impacts to the production of needed high-density housing in the M2, we are proud to have participated in the multi-year process that was Connect Menlo, and that resulted in the adoption of a plan that could be realized. And as you know, that vision was for the creation of a live, work, play environment that encourages the building of high-density residential housing near employment centers. This housing would help curtail greenhouse gases generated from commuting, allow people to work and live in the same community, and would ease displacement as a result of a jobs and housing imbalance. Since the adoption of Connect Menlo, we have continued our investment in Menlo Park, and we have prepared plans based on what was agreed upon in Connect Menlo. We are currently proposing a mixed-use project that would consist of 815 rental units. 122 of those, or 15%, would be affordable. And to put that in perspective or give a sense of scale to what that means, in cost, without land, we would anticipate each unit to cost us about $500,000 to build. So in this case, for 122 units, that equates to about $60 million. So it's not insignificant. There's implications to that. And that means that on average, we need to achieve an additional $700 per month in rent for every market rate unit to pay for those affordable units. Any proposed increase in BMR requirements will burden market rate apartment renters with increased housing costs. And as the affordability of housing construction is diminished, it will delay the ability of being able to increase the housing supply coming to market. With increasing construction prices and higher interest rates, we would not be able to proceed with the project if the affordable housing requirement or community benefit requirements are increased from what was agreed upon in Connect Menlo. As with any new policy, it should be looked at a holistic basis, and so we are very appreciative of this study session. And we should ask ourselves if this new policy proposed will in fact yield the intended result. And in this case, we don't think it will. If the BMR policy were to be applied to bonus level density, it would drastically increase the affordable requirement and inhibit the building of high density rental housing. During Connect Menlo, we expressed concerns about the open-ended language in the zoning ordinance, which is why we're here tonight. At that time, we were assured that it was not the city's intent to increase the requirement after the fact. And the city nor the development community ever foresaw the adoption of AB 1505. Lastly, we're hoping that Council can provide staff direction as to not discourage the production of high-density rental housing as contemplated in Connect Menlo, and that any new policy should not increase the amount of affordable housing required for bonus level density or increase any other additional community benefit required, because the primary community benefit of rental housing is first and foremost housing. And lastly, and I know I'm over time, but from our perspective, what's changed? We had a 3-year public process, and the state has made a change. That doesn't mean that anybody else needs to make the change, because the economics haven't changed, and I think people have talked about, the tolerance of what projects can bear, and those axioms still apply. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Rich. Andrew Marcos, which I believe is our last card. Is that correct? One more, okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Andrew Morcos. I'm the development director for Greystar in Menlo Park. In 2017, we completed our first project in Menlo Park. It was a 146-unit community on Haven, and we're happy to be a partner of the city in achieving the goals and aspirations of the housing element. At this time, we've made investments in another multifamily opportunity in the RMU district, based on the policy established in Connect Menlo. We appreciate that staff brought this issue to City Council as a study session, since policy discussion items in the staff report relative to integrating AB 1505 may have the unintended consequence of making housing development infeasible in the RMU district. Housing development is key to achieve Connect Menlo's goals. I encourage Council to honor the process that resulted in Connect Menlo, specifically the bonus density and community amenity process. The multi-year road the community engaged in to approve Connect Menlo was holistic. It paid deference to the fact that removing one piece of the puzzle changes the picture. City Council can maintain the vetted policy positions established by Connect Menlo, and I feel confident if these positions are maintained, Greystar will help bring more market rate and affordable housing to this area. We also feel it's our responsibility to alert City Council that material changes, such as changes to the 15% affordable bonus level development policy, will be detrimental to our ability to develop rental housing in Menlo Park. Greystar is happy to be a resource to staff and the city. We value our relationship with Menlo Park and hope to continue our partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Karen Grove, followed by Adina Levin. Hi, Karen.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Karen Grove, and I'm a member of the Housing Commission, working on the BMR committee. So you'll hear more from my work in coming weeks. And I'm speaking, though, tonight on my own behalf. I would like to second everything that Angie said. I think we need to absolutely prioritize affordable units actually built on site. And so to that end, on the specifics, I would urge you to set the in-lieu fees based on what it costs to build a unit, to hire the land, to design the whole, everything. And what I heard when I attended the Planning Commission meeting on this subject was I heard very, very loud and clear that the most important thing to developers is clarity so that they can create their plans. So I would suggest we go with actual costs as a basis for standardized fees. Next, I really like staff's idea that on-site development of BMR units be a threshold requirement for bonus benefits. And I would encourage us, I don't understand the sort of mechanics of it, but I think that the Belhaven residents should be prioritized for to have access to the BMR units in the M2 because they're going to suffer the impacts of the increased density. They should get the benefit. Finally, since I went after the developers, I wanted to read from and I do feel it's very frustrating, I'm sure, to do 3 years of planning and then have everything change. However, I want to point out from Menlo Gate LLC's announcement of their acquisition of a 10-unit apartment in Belhaven, where our community members have lived, some for 20 years, and are being displaced. They write, "It is beyond argument that this area of Menlo Park will be one of the best appreciating districts in San Mateo County for the foreseeable future. As Facebook and other technology companies continue to expand their footprint in this corridor, doubling the population of Menlo Park in workers, the redevelopment and continued improvement of this area will positively impact real estate values in this sector of Menlo Park." So, yes, it makes the development project more challenging, but the land prices are going to continue to rise. So I am confident that they will find a good return on their investment, even if we get our BMR units and our bonus development. So thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Adina Levin, followed by Fran Dean. Welcome, Adina.
Good evening, council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, speaking for myself. And and thank you very much for doing a study session to continue this issue, and in particular considering, reinstating a rental inclusionary requirement under the Palmer Fix bill. In terms of having a 15% requirement, that does seem fairly reasonable given what other cities are doing, and I would encourage you to both look at that as a base, but also work with experts, including Housing Leadership Council and other professional organizations and resources to make sure that the level of requirement is not a level that will wind up reducing the overall amount of housing production, because that unintended consequences also makes our housing crisis more severe. So look at how we can get inclusionary units without getting, less housing. I would encourage you not to follow down the path that I think staff said, that there could be some unintended consequence of requiring 30%, which is at a level where the evidence suggests it would pretty clearly suppress the creation of new housing. In terms of setting policies that encourage inclusion, that is including at a fee level that does that. That seems like a healthy thing. And then also I would encourage you to work with the experts in our area so as to not have unintended consequences in terms of, for example, discouraging something like veterans housing that would benefit from being a standalone development with, on-site specialized services. So inclusion, please don't, and please contact experts so as not to discourage housing production or discourage types of housing that we would want to have for low-income residents. And I'll, before my time is up, just echo a couple of points that as someone who lives downtown, I agree with the point that we shouldn't have, the vast majority of our housing only in the area near the bay and the vast majority of affordable housing. And I personally, as a near downtown resident, would support more housing, including affordable housing downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. Fran Dean, followed by Cecilia Taylor. Hi, Fran.
Good evening. Fran Dean, Chamber of Commerce. In November of 2016, the City Council certified the Connect Menlo EIR and approved the general plan, land use and circulation elements. The Connect Menlo General Plan and M2 area zoning update was a multi-year comprehensive process that represents a vision for the M2 area while maintaining the character and the values that the city has embraced. The general plan serves as the city's comprehensive and long-range guide to land use and infrastructure development in the city. Like the specific plan, Connect Menlo is based on a set of guiding principles developed in a collaborative process to establish a framework for community development. And this multi-year process was intended to create balance as chartered in the goals, policies, and programs. The process was thorough and it was intentional. Any proposed change or modification must maintain this intended balance and the expectations set. And we certainly applaud Council for agendizing this as a study session. As evidenced by the staff report for this session and for the Planning Commission session on February 5th, the ramifications are complex and they're intertwined. The peninsula, if not the entire Bay Area, is challenged by achieving a path to an improved balance in housing. But in this decision process, we need to honor, by creating a path, some call it compromise, whatever, but by creating a path to the expectations that were set through the Connect Menlo process. Because through that, it's going to result in the realization of currently planned additional housing stock for Menlo Park. There is a way. It's your challenge to find it. Let's get housing for Menlo Park, and let's preserve those expectations. We're set to result in housing for Menlo Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fran. Cecilia Taylor, followed by Satish Kadavar. Good evening.
Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for having this study session. My name is Cecilia Taylor. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, and I wanted to bring up the fact that, yes, the Connect Menlo process helped to adopt the 2016 documents around the general plan. But also there is something else to be reminded of, is that the Connect Menlo only addressed 300-plus residents' opinions in the Belhaven neighborhood, so which is a small percentage of the total population there. So I don't think that is an adequate amount of sampling, but that is what we've had to accept. A part that is very important to me is about quality of life. And when you talk about density, a quality of life is removed because you don't have the same visibility around your home. There's also the issue around traffic that has yet to be addressed in that community. So the more people that we bring in to live diminishes the quality of life that people that already live there. Another piece that I would like to bring up is that for me it's very important to take care of home first. And if we already know that there are residents who are not housed in the city of Menlo Park that have a good quality of life, we need to look at housing them first. We do not need to build housing to bring people in to fulfill the quota for the county of San Mateo or for the state of California. I know that there are families that have anywhere from 7 to 14 members in one household. So why not give them priority? I believe that the city of Menlo Park has the opportunity to have proactive solutions, and to me that is one. And so I would encourage you, if you're going to allow changes to the BMR policy, that you look at priority for residents of Menlo Park first, whether they live in District 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Residents in Menlo Park should come first. There is no policy or ordinance or any record of how many people have already been displaced. I think that we need to start paying attention to those numbers because that will tell us how many people we've lost already. And each day that we wait to create policy, more people are displaced from the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Satiz, good evening. And I believe you may be the final speaker on this topic. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. So one of the questions that I think we need to answer tonight is whether there's room for anyone in the RMU district other than large tech companies and large developers. I don't have an issue with their plans and what they're doing, but I think what we need to do is enact policy that allows for both these large players as well as smaller developers and property owners. You've seen this in the downtown specific plan, where you have more examples of small developers on smaller parcels, and over they come forward without enacting the bonus level development. It's not a coincidence. I think it's because we're asking too much of small players at the bonus level, and the same thing is going to happen in the RMU district. While an iconic tech company has the ability to subsidize their projects because of the enormous benefits it gets from building a corporate village, that's fine. We can't expect the same economics and benefits to apply to the small developers. We need these small projects. I think they add a lot of character to the city, buildings of different sizes, styles, and frankly, different owners. If you're a small player, it's a real struggle to make the 15% work, let alone anything beyond that. It's been mentioned a few times, but I don't know how much consideration is being placed to actual current construction costs. Because if council is properly informed of the construction costs, I think you can make better informed decisions on this. Another major point I've got is AB 1505 does not mandate that cities require 15% affordable housing. Some of the way these staff reports and these presentations are made, it almost makes you think that it's a requirement, that it's a state mandate that you have to be at 15%. In fact, if a city adopts a policy above 15%, the state can require that the county or city provide evidence that the ordinance does not unduly constrain the production of housing. So they made that point in the staff report, but they kind of summarily dismissed it because the city of Menlo Park has met the 75% housing need allocation. But the point is there's an underlying public policy behind that, right? And it's 15%, that's a lot. And if you're going to do that, you got to be very careful because, again, unduly constrains the production of housing. The state has gone through this, so we can't just arbitrarily look at going from 15 to 20%. What makes us feel good? We got to look into what constraints on the production of housing we're doing. All right. The other issue I've got is why in the world are we going above 50% for bonus level for a small parcel when it's a percentage? What we're doing is killing housing on both ends, market level as well as affordable. I'm looking at a project right now that is two options. Base level would be 28 units, bonus level would be 92 units. That's 64 units on the table right now that we can decide to build or not to build based upon these policy determinations. It's really that black or white. Lastly, we really seem to be overlooking how development deals get done. Staff likes to say that because of the benefits of allowing bonus level development, that there's somehow this free value generated that can be split magically 50-50. The value of the land is part and parcel, especially on the smaller deals. You're not going to get these deals financed but for the value of the land. So we really got to dig into how these deals get done for some of the smaller players. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Satish. All right, I think we'll bring it back up here. There were certainly a series of questions that were raised by public comment. I mean, and so I'd like to see if you have some initial reactions before I come back to my colleagues here. You know, questions about no question, construction costs have escalated quite a bit over the last couple of years. Also, another question related to, I think there were several questions that related to the intentions as part of the Connect Menlo process, and certainly what we don't want to do is create ramifications or unintended consequences, as you mentioned in the staff report, in light of now the state AB 1505. And I think we'd like to simplify, not complicate. So I'm going to throw that as just sort of an initial opener question before we come up here for questions. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Lee and I will jump back and forth. She's close enough to elbow me when I go too far off the rails. There was one clarification from one of the speakers that I wanted to make, and that is that the first part of the question in front of the council really is about equity across the city, because it would apply equally to all residential zoning districts. And that's because our inclusionary zoning ordinance applies equally to all residential zoning districts. And this fix, the Palmer fix, AB 1505, actually, of course, allows us to apply our inclusionary zoning to rental residential projects across all zoning districts. If anything, we could tell the state that they were a couple of years too late, because otherwise we would have been applying it to downtown projects 2 years ago. So I think that's kind of the first part. I will say that with construction costs, I think that is accurate. I've heard from a number of different folks in the development community that construction costs have increased in the neighborhood of 10% a year for the last 5 years. And so that's where, again, why we have the study session, because we didn't want to bring forward an action which across all of the other zoning, residential zoning districts, really is a cleanup item in many ways, but would impact the RMU district very specifically. So we wanted to flag that, as we did at the Housing Commission and Planning Commission before asking the council to take action.
So I'll tag on to that a little bit. So one of the other clarifications is that the BMR guidelines do have a preference for those who live or work in Menlo Park generally. And so the question about the Bellhaven preference was specifically related to the RMU zoning district. I had the pleasure to go back and watch your discussions from a couple of years ago. And that really was an item that came up a lot in the community process that I was at all those meetings with you, and also just saw your deliberations again, refreshing my memory about the fact that that was something that you specifically wordsmithed in when you adopted the ordinance, because the RMU zoning district, its location and proximity to the Bellhaven neighborhood. So I just wanted to clarify that live-work preference for those who live in Menlo Park applies citywide as part of the guidelines. But in the RMU, there was a specific consideration for Bellhaven residents. And then I brought back up here the 4 different approaches. So the cost to acquire the land, the cost to construct, those are built into these, especially specifically that second approach. And these are, 1 and 2 were both anticipated to be done on a project-by-project basis where the applicant provides information and figures out a very specific to their project in lieu fee. So the cost of land, the cost to construct are incorporated into that. The intent question, I mean, you asked about that, and hopefully I'm going to answer the right question that you're posing. But the intent of the council was to provide, as far as I could tell, you are the council, so you can correct me, to provide at least 15% affordable housing. Part of your discussion a couple years ago was, well, do we want to go above that 15%? And the appraisal process was set, and the community amenity value, that 50% of the bonus value, was set across all 3 zoning districts. And the decision was made at that point in time to say, well, the first amenity we want, because we can't get it through inclusionary, is 15% affordable housing. And then we'll let the appraisal process do its job. And if there's more money, then we'd like to see a little bit more affordable housing, and then maybe another amenity if there's more left for a grocery store or a pharmacy or what have you. So, you know, that's your intent to wrestle with, but the desire to provide at least that 15% of the total units was there. And then I do just want to touch ever so briefly on the appraisal process itself. I mean, that's something that we continue to work through at the staff level and will be impacted by the discussion that you all have this evening. But if the 15% affordable does transition from the community amenity bucket to the required bucket, that goes into the appraisal process to determine what the base value cost is of that bigger blue. Here, let's see if I can find it.
The bonus value.
Yeah. So if you, I mean, here, I've been told today in my run-throughs of this presentation that sometimes it helps to be able to see it, but it'll get factored in. So the calculation of what the bonus value is may change because that 15% becomes a required element, but AB 1505 does not change the community amenities calculation of, in exchange for the additional floor area height, et cetera, the developer is providing that 50% of the fair market value of the additional gross floor area. So I finally found the right slide, and so you can kind of see up there. So if you have other questions, happy to answer. Hopefully I touched on some of the points that you were asking.
Great. I'll probably have some follow-up, but I want to turn it over to Vice Mayor Mueller.
So before you jump in there, can I just make one additional addition to that? And that is that I just want to remind the council that when the city adopted below market rate housing program, inclusionary housing program, it applied to rental housing. And so it is still on our books to require 15% inclusionary housing for rental housing projects.
For 20 units and above.
For 20 units and above. Whether rental or for sale, but it was the Palmer decision that prevented us from enforcing that. So it has always been the policy to provide or to require below market rate housing projects for rental housing. And when you were talking about the Connect Menlo general plan, there was a lot of discussion about, well, why can't we require rental housing for the base level development? Why can't we require inclusionary housing? And the council wanted to do that, but because of Palmer, we couldn't. We could only require it at the bonus level. Mm-hmm. So again, it's really just implementing what has always been the policy to require the below market rate housing as part of the base level development citywide, and now we can do it again. And now it's just about, because of some language in AB 1505, we have to tweak our below market rate housing ordinance to provide another mechanism or an option other than building on site. And that is this fee mechanism. And so the problem with having a fee mechanism that doesn't impose a large enough fee is that an applicant developer will always opt for the less expensive requirement, pay the fee, but then we don't have land, and so we have money in our below market rate housing fund, but we don't have land to build below market rate housing. And so then we end up with where the land is the cheapest is where below market rate housing projects are developed and built. And so it's just keeping in mind there are unintended consequences if you set a fee too low, or if you don't require it for all projects citywide, you end up with below market rate housing projects or affordable housing units where the land is the cheapest.
Okay. Vice Mayor Mueller?
So first off, so don't forget, I'd like to refer to the Housing Commission an investigation into whether or not new units currently created in the city of rentals are being used for Airbnb. I've heard that is actually occurring within the city, and it's a significant chunk of, if it's happening, it's a significant chunk of TOT that the city's missing in revenue from that, frankly, and it's not helping with the housing crisis. The second thing that I'm really curious about, I'm not really ready to make a statement of where I am, because I'm puzzled about something, and that's that whenever we talk about these things, we always talk about anecdotally, construction costs are rising, or the cost of the project is so much, or if you do this, this will happen. But what I've never actually seen is a project,
like a feasibility.
Yeah, a feasibility study. Like, we've never been presented with one. And when I look, my big problem is I'm looking right now online at apartments for rent, and I see in Bellhaven, or very close, 1-bedroom apartment, $3,250, 2 bedrooms, $4,140. Basically a 1-bedroom is like just a little above $3,000, and 2 bedrooms is pretty close to $4,000 or over $4,000, and that's pretty significantly in the RMU, and that is not cheap. And so even when you go below market rate, I'm pretty sure that's still not cheap. And I'm having a hard time understanding at that level of base rent how it doesn't pencil, because my concern is if it doesn't pencil at that, if you have to charge these rents for it to pencil, what happens if we actually do get to a scenario where we've added enough housing that market rate isn't this amount? I want to be fair to the developers. I want to stop gentrification. And I think in order to do that, I really need to be able to see a feasibility study where I actually can dive in and understand it a little bit better. Because something's not making sense here. The other thing that's been raised to me, and I want to give it a fair shake, is that folks on the Housing Commission have indicated they're interested in a tenant opportunity to purchase. Looking at that, so I'm willing to say tonight I'm interested to hear from the Housing Commission what exactly that is, because I haven't seen that before us. But I want to hear more tonight before I start giving direction about this, because I can't reconcile these rents with what's being, and I know that there's no, I don't know who can. At the level of employees we're adding right now to the RMU, we're still adding more employees than housing, and so market rate's only going to go up. And even at below market rate, that's really expensive for the average. I think for the average resident in Menlo Park. So I really need to understand more.
So if I could provide a point of clarification, and maybe Bill will add on. Below market rates are not set based on the market value of that unit. They're set based on a formula that's identified in state law. So for example, in a low income unit, it'd be 30% of 60% of area median income for the county of San Mateo. And so that's how the rent number would get calculated, not based off the $3,200 or $3,400 that you're quoting, but based on the income level.
Yeah, that's helpful to be reminded of that. I actually was putting that at I was actually not the base level of the median, but actually of the rent. So what would that come out to these?
It depends on the size of the unit, and it depends on the size of the household. I think if I were to guess, in the neighborhood of if a single bedroom in the Bayfront is going for $3,500 a month right now, that same project in an affordable development, that same unit is probably closer to $1,600 a month. I mean, it's still,
That's not cheap
it's not. It's not at all, and I don't think that anyone is suggesting that it is. I think part of the challenge, I think we're a long way off from getting to a critical mass where we're going to see market rate rents going down. And I think that the challenge that we have before the council tonight, especially with the RMU district, is finding some clarity and digging in, unfortunately, into the weeds a little bit of that RMU district and the impacts that were created by AB 1505. Because without AB 1505, I think we have a number of projects that would come forward and be very happy to comply with the rules as they were set through Connect Menlo. I think one of the other things to keep in mind, Vice Mayor, as you're talking about the cost of construction versus the cost of doing the project, the other cost is the opportunity cost in converting some of these properties to residential. And what I mean by that is we don't have any vacant land in the Bayfront area that is not making someone money right now. All of the property is, and we have a very, very low vacancy rate at the commercial level. I think, the going rate per square foot in even some of our Class B office space is in the $3 to $4 per square foot. So, I mean, those properties out there are making somebody money right now, and their tax base is relatively low because most of them have been held for a long period of time. Two of the developers that we heard from tonight have made investments or are trying to make investments in assembling property to go to residential, but it does become just a business decision for them at some point where they say it's not worth it. And I think that's we're trying to help find kind of that sweet spot where we still meet the commitments that we made during Connect Menlo and get units built for the housing need, because the jobs are there and I think they're going to keep coming, especially if that commercial property doesn't turn over and become residential.
So I guess my question is, how do we know where that sweet spot is if we haven't seen a feasibility study?
So there was a feasibility study that was done as part of the general plan, and they concluded that the 15% affordable housing requirement was doable. And again, each one of the projects that's coming forward is including 15% below market rate housing units, because they're all at the bonus level. So they have built into them, and they must be penciling out if they are submitting these projects that have for the bonus level development with the 15% BMR units. So I don't think it's the 15%. I think what we were hearing, but maybe not clearly, was going beyond 15% for the bonus level development would make it infeasible, and adding that burden to it. And that's again the unintended consequence of implementing our BMR housing ordinance, the 15% at the base level, because of the wording of the RMU language in the general plan and the zoning ordinance. It adds an additional 15%, so it would be a 30% requirement. It's our opinion that that's not feasible, and we've heard from every applicant that is completely infeasible, and therefore it would kill all of the projects that are out there.
No, I understand that. What I'm trying to figure out is there something less than that is feasible.
Right, and that we don't know, and it depends on the market at the time. It depends on, right now market rents are pretty much at their highest, but as Jim said, the likelihood of their staying at this high level, again, people have to make it a lot of money to pay that kind of rent, and I don't know that all of these jobs that are being offered at Facebook and other places pay the people that the kind of money to do that. Certainly not all the jobs. I mean, some of the jobs maybe, but not all of them.
And just as a practical matter on a feasibility study, part of the challenge with a feasibility study is it has a half-life, because then the conditions change. I mean, one of the conditions that economists would love to talk about is that any regulation that we put on development lowers the cost of the property, which theoretically, in a vacuum, is true. When you talk about a very, very limited supply of property, as we have in Menlo Park, and the fact that the global economic recession did not lower property values, I don't think that there's much that the city can do to impact the value of property out there. Because, as I said, it's property that's making money for someone right now.
Yes. Councilmember Keith, I'm going to ask you if you have any questions first, and then Councilmember Carlton. And what I was thinking about doing is that we'll rotate that for the next item. It'll be Councilmember Carlton first. But for this one, Kirsten, do you have any questions or comments for staff?
No, I'm going to continue listening.
Okay. Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah.
Wanted to check in if you have any questions or comments.
No.
I can barely hear you, but I think I heard you say no at this point.
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right.
So just, can I just answer, there was a
Yes.
question about what the rents are, and I just pulled up the BMR guidelines, and so the 30% is 60%, the maximum monthly housing cost limits for BMR rental units, a studio is $1,211, one bedroom is $1,384, two bedroom is $1,556, and it goes up from there. But they are very affordable rents, compared to today's market.
Okay. Councilmember Klein.
Yeah, I want to ask a couple questions. And I'm not that familiar. I know you were both on the whole Menlo Connect process, as long as that thing went, marathon. But
60 meetings.
60 meetings. And I'm curious if the debate came up about having tax incentives, tax abatements to spread out the BMR across the city. So you would, if you have district or zones in other parts, where you could give sweeter incentives for them with this requirement to develop in areas that don't typically get redeveloped. And I ask because Jersey City did this, and it seems to work. They've been able to sprinkle it and spread it out so that the burden's not on all the developers in one area, like I feel like is happening right now, because it's new land and the land cost acquisition might have been better a few years ago.
There isn't a process in place in California that I'm aware of for tax incentives other than for fully affordable housing projects. There's tax increment, there's tax financing, tax credit financing, and if it's done by a nonprofit, then they're not paying property taxes. So there are certain benefits for nonprofit affordable housing projects. And there's certainly a number of other laws about streamlining permitting approval process for affordable housing projects that can apply to other areas. But there's nothing that kind of buys down the value of the land that has been done by cities, other than using below market rate housing funds as grants or essentially non-interest bearing loans that are forgivable, based on the affordability and things of that nature. But they're those kind of standard, typical mechanisms.
Okay. Curious, because it's, if there's a way to push by the city modifying some kind of tax burden or some incentive that's not, I feel like we were juggling the same like four balls all the time and thinking, it's red balls, the blue one's going to land in our hand sometime, and it keeps turning up red.
Yeah, and there just isn't enough. Projects don't pay enough money to the city to forgive anything that would be meaningful. When you look at, we get 10% of 1% of the property taxes. 1% property tax, we get like 10, 11, 12% of that, and so even 1% is
not
kind of a de
significant.
minimis number when you look at the actual cost or revenue for one of these projects. There wouldn't be enough of a, wouldn't make up enough difference to really buy down affordability or make it more attractive, if you will.
Okay. Okay. And then some of the other, I mean, I think it's been talked about pretty clearly, but my biggest kind of concern, I mean, the feasibility study would give you confidence until it doesn't. But the idea being that, and I think if you start looking at area, you know, a lot of cities are dealing with this, and we are definitely not the first, right? We're way back in line in terms of people that have gone far and away beyond anybody on how they view density bonus and how they're incentivizing affordable housing, what has happened as a result. And I think that there has been some instances, LA's had, you know, problems because they, you know, of course, everybody's in the developer side says they overprice the, you know, the density bonus side, but there's not an appropriate mix of other incentives, and so they end up just not building up past the, you know, the line. They won't do the density bonus, and so they're struggling in the same debate on what are we going to do to try to encourage it. I think the requirement helps because I think it plugs in the 15%, and then I think if we can put some research into what we think the kind of the, let's just say the straddle is that's feasible, you could phase up into that, maybe add a percentage into the density bonus. But you could look at some way of restricting for smaller owners so that they aren't in the same. I do think a large developer has a much higher advantage. They also have a much higher impact on the number of units they can put in. But I don't want to discourage smaller units. I think having somebody always have to bundle a small piece with 10 others to create a big project is part of what the struggle has been, even though it's been a good thing in the specific plan. That's been part of the struggle. Is we're relying essentially on two major developers to supply the housing. For the most part, and that's Stanford and Greenheart, and one of them is actually digging dirt, and the other one's not. And so, you know, it's a challenge. And so I think we need to have a mix that's a little fair and a balance. And I didn't see that in here, but I also am really kind of sensitive to taking 1 year after a plan gets done and then turning it over and changing it. So we have to solve, I think, two problems. One is how do we get landowners, developers to invest in affordable housing in other neighborhoods. And I'm not sure it's the same policies all the way through that we would do in this Connect Menlo, which I think is probably something we should continue to move on with the requirement and then look at ways that we can incentivize other smaller developers perhaps without as much, you know, stringent, and then do a study to get more data on whether we can increase on the density bonus side if we decide that's worthwhile. My concern is we're not doing enough to incentivize anywhere outside of the neighborhood. The study didn't show a lot. I think we need to really think about what it takes to get people building affordable housing in other parts of town. And I don't think we solved it here with what we have on the study session. I don't know if that's direction, but I would like to see that for sure.
So I don't think that was the intent. It was really to fix a problem, and that is to be able to implement our existing below market rate housing ordinance to have inclusionary housing and rental housing projects. So we need to fix that. But by
it's the ordinance and guidelines, but
by fixing that, we're creating this unintended consequence for the RMU, which we also need to fix.
Right.
And so it's really that's why we brought the two together. I think the Housing Commission is interested in looking at ways of increasing affordable housing in other parts of the city, and I think that is a next step, but it's not something that's before you tonight.
Right.
And it's not something because we need to fix this so that this can be applied to the projects that are moving through the process. Because there's this uncertainty with this hanging over. Our code says you have to do it, the Palmer case is now gone.
Right.
And now we're mandated to fix that in order to be able to enforce our ordinance.
And if I could add on to that a little bit, I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that the bonus level community amenity value is set by that appraisal process. So one of the suggestions, you're all rightfully so interested in feasibility studies, and one was done, and as we've all noted, they're very dependent on what inputs are put into them. So one of the ideas that we floated for your consideration this evening was to say that in the RMU zoning district, that community amenity value, which is not impacted by AB 1505, at least not directly, that the first preference in the RMU zoning district, where housing is a required component, that be put towards that community amenity value be put towards affordable housing. That way, it might be nice to be able to put a bookend on a percentage,
Right.
but depending on changing markets, it may just be worthwhile to consider setting a preference that community amenity, because you adopted a list of community amenities, and affordable housing is very specifically one of those listed. So not every developer is going to provide a grocery store. It may be easiest for folks who are developing housing to just add on a few more BMR units.
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. So certainly, I know what I recall our intent, at least from my perspective as we went through the Connect Menlo process, was to try and incentivize the production of housing. And that was certainly core to the live, work, play zones ideas, and the RMU was our vehicle to be able to do that. So I certainly felt that we had many discussions talking about 15%, talking about trying to get input for both developers as well as not only the neighboring community, Belhaven, but also residents citywide about the 15%. And I felt that we had come to a pretty good consensus around this, not necessarily a formula, but this approach of 15%, and then above the base level in the bonus area, doing this appraisal-based calculation of what the fair market value above that. And I recall that. And in that process, that takes into account the costs. So if costs increase, that does impact and in many ways reduce. It's a capitalized profit formula, is what I remember. And it came up to something like, and I think 50% was something like $24 or some, at least when we were going through the process. It's not, because I remember having this question about, well, you look at real estate prices, it's $1,500 per square foot for a single family house. No, it's a completely different calculation. It looks at the profit, and so cost is part of that. And I thought that was a pretty, and then we tried to put some flexibility in it so that once that number is calculated, then it's either could be additional affordable housing up to 20%. So we have often talked about the 18% scenario as one, but again, that's only of the bonus amount and bonus level and above, and that if there was flexibility in it so that some of that value could go to community amenities. I also know that part of that was concerns expressed about having higher percentages, that there were wanting to make sure that there were community amenities coming out of and understanding that tension and trade-off between affordable housing, which is certainly desirable, but also community amenities, which also Belhaven was very interested in. There's a tension between those. We didn't think we could solve that by a single formula. So I think trying to include that flexibility is what we tried to do. So now bring this up tonight and you have the AB 1505. And it, I will say it was certainly not our intention to, and I think most of us agree that it's not our intention to create 30% BMR. I mean, I think we heard pretty clearly that even the impact of 15% has the impact of raising rents by $700 a month in one situation on the market rate units. It would not surprise me if, it's pretty clear to me that 30% doesn't quote unquote pencil out and makes housing infeasible. I'm willing to continue with that 15%. I'd like to figure out what is the simplest way of integrating AB 1505. If that means taking, BMR housing, put it into the required bucket, which is what AB 1505 is doing, and then now looking at the bonus value as a net percentage, so maybe up to 5% instead of 20%. If that's the simplest or a simple approach, and that this is contingent on the continuation of AB 1505, it takes that into account. I mean, I'm looking for some guidance on how to try and keep it simple, but still keep true to the intent that I think we went through in Connect Menlo. Secondly, I am concerned about, and if I don't get these off, I'm going to forget, so bear with me, but I am concerned about smaller properties, and I don't think we necessarily factored that in. The public comment made about this question about it can't even pencil out. It barely pencils out at 15% on a smaller property. I'm not sure we looked at that in the feasibility study. I would like to see if there's a way, maybe it comes in at a certain level, but again, this is a study session. I'd like to ask your help to look at that situation to see if there's a way that, again, we want to incentivize housing on the smaller parcels as well as the larger properties, and we want to be able to encourage affordable housing within it, but we also we want to find that right level. So that's another comment. The BMR unit guideline allocations, I certainly know we very explicitly talked about a preference for Belhaven residents in order to offset some of the displacement. That was a key concern. I think we'd like to continue it and completely agree and recognize that our BMR ordinance citywide gives a preference to Menlo Park residents. But I think we had that extra preference, and again, if this is RMU only, I think we try and continue with the preference for Belhaven residents, given the potential, or not potential, the displacement that is already taking place. Finally, let's see, I did have a question of the levels of income. I think of below market rate as being low or extremely low level, but then I've also seen we included market or level income in this, and I was trying to remember. I don't remember that because I kind of think of below market rate as below market rate, so income.
Yeah, I think, Mayor Otake, what you're referring to is the moderate level, which is
moderate, right?
Which is 80 to 120% of AMI, or units that are affordable to people in an income bracket between 80 and 120% of AMI, and I think. But
then a 30% formula gets attached, so it does turn out to be below a market rate. Instead of $3,200 a month, it turns out to be something like $2,000 a month or something because it uses a BMR formula. Is that percentage of income?
Yeah, yes, exactly. So through the HUD guidelines, we define affordable as no more than spending 30% of your income. And those income levels escalate based on the size of the household. And so typically we look at a household of 4. That's the general, this is the moderate income. So if you hear an area median income number, it's typically for a family or a household of 4 individuals, which is usually at least a 2-bedroom home, to make it more specific to what kind of unit you're talking about. And then if you say it's 120%, say the area median income is $100,000 a year, that would be $120,000 a year, and at the top of the moderate income level, and you would take 30% of that $120,000, and so you would say that this person is spending no more than $40,000 a year on their rent. And so you can do the math on what that factors out to for a 2-bedroom unit, per month. But I think what we're talking about in that income mix is that we were trying to create a little bit of flexibility in Connect Menlo, because we are also rated by by the state on the number of moderate units that we develop in Menlo Park. And at this point, that's actually where we have had the fewest units come through, and you'll be seeing those numbers in the
RENA numbers.
Yes, in the annual update at the end of this month, because our annual report is due by April. So Deanna and the planning staff have worked very diligently to get that together for this year. But we still struggle at that level, and you struggle at that level because there's no tax increment financing for any units in that income level. So even though they can demand the highest rents, they are often the most expensive units to develop because there's no subsidy for them. So I think some of the question was the flexibility in being able to require units at different levels, income levels. And currently the way it works in the RMU district is that if you have a project and say you have 20 units that you're required to provide, you actually have to provide a mix of affordability within those units to match the needs that we have through our RENA numbers. So one possible outcome would be that the council would give the city the flexibility to say to a developer, rather than having to have this range of affordability, you can do all moderate units for your 20 units, or you can do all low income, rather than having to do the range. It's one possible option, which
some flexibility.
Which I think probably most developers would say would make it easier for them to write a pro forma on. And then on the other side, where the city is involved with a lot of our affordable housing operators, it would be much easier for them to operate a rental project if the units were all at the same affordability level.
Okay, so looking at some questions here, thank you I appreciate that. Fee methodology, I lean toward the, I would call it the cost or standardized approach, meaning that it's the cost approach, the approach of looking at current costs, including land acquisition, but under standardized cost, it was for a 1-bedroom unit. And I think I like taking a standardized approach and having that in the calculation. But that raised to me, as I was thinking about that, was the in lieu that we charge on the commercial side seems like it might be low. And do we need to appraise that, or I should say reappraise that in light of the cost? So let me go back. On this, I think we want to use the current costs as much as we can, because I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to incentivize the units to be produced and included as part of, whether it's on-site or, certainly the production of the units. And so if you discount the in lieu fee, that's going to incentivize the housing developer to pay the in lieu rather than build the units. So I'd much rather use the actual costs because hopefully there's the economies of being able to build it into the project in some way. So I like that. I think that meets our goal. But on the commercial side, I was looking at that. On the other hand, I remember that may take away from the community amenity calculations. And so while I'm suggesting is, can we kind of take a look at that and assess if there is a trade-off on the commercial side, or whether we should be updating the commercial BMR contribution, because I remember, sort of part of the way the math worked was potentially the commercial development would generate a lot of the community amenities, funds for that, and so I don't want to, take away from that if that was indeed, sort of might make sense as part of what we're looking for of that. So.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And before we go too far down a road where the city attorney has to remind us that isn't on the agenda.
Sorry. Well, it was on a slide. I saw it on the slide. So.
I will let the council know that the Housing Commission is actually, one of the subcommittees of the Housing Commission is looking at our BMR commercial impact fee nexus study, and they're developing some recommendations for the council.
Great.
So in that process, I'll bring that feedback back to them.
Great, perfect. My bad, but it was on the slides. So anyway, all right, great. Let's see. Let's go back to. I think we've provided a lot of comments on this slide as well. These other questions. Let me go back to my fellow council members on the phone, and then Vice Mayor Mueller, I'll come back to you. Catherine, Councilmember Carlton, do you have any questions or comments at this point?
The comments that have previously been brought up were similar to the ones I have, so I'll wait till the end to comment further.
Thank you. And Councilmember Keith?
Hi there. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. It's harder to participate.
Kirsten, can you move your mic a little closer because it's a little garbled?
Certainly. Thanks for all the great questions from you guys up there. I do want to talk about that Airbnb issue that was brought up, and I think I would like to see the city move. Can you hear me now?
A little better, yes. If you could speak even a little bit louder, that would be helpful.
The Airbnb issue really isn't on the table tonight, and so we can bring back an Airbnb issue as it affects housing, but that's really not before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. What I wanted to say, though, is I think it was brought up, and I think the city should look at using a program called Host Compliance, which many cities are using now to gather documentation on Airbnb and to collect the TOT that is due to the city. As far as the BMR goes, I think it should be 15%. I want to see it get built. I don't want to see money put into a pot that doesn't actually build housing. So I would recommend that we continue with that. I remember we talked about 15% at the time, and I do have concerns for smaller projects that if we raise it, that the BMR units may not get built. So I would like to see them built. And I want to thank staff also for your excellent staff report on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Vice Mayor Mueller, any?
I was just going to say I'm ready to support the 15%. I'm fine with preference for affordable housing on those housing projects being counted as a community amenity. I think that still matches the intent of what we do, what we were doing there. And then I'm still waiting to hear. I'm still from my colleagues before I make up my mind on the others, but I'm fine with that now. And then as far as 15% only at inclusionary, and then not counting, obviously not having the 30%. Although at some point, I still want to take another look at that feasibility study we did back during the mental process, because very frankly, I don't remember it. It was so long ago. So thank you.
And conditions have changed. I would echo that. When we do come back with it, it would be great to get a couple of scenarios where we could. One is some of the larger units, and then another is a smaller parcel. Just because I recall that was very helpful when we went through the downtown specific plan to look at different size comparisons, because the numbers don't always, or the formulas don't always work in the different situations. Did we give you copious comment, at least guidance?
Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Jim and Lee. All right, so public comment. Apologize, we're getting to public comment a bit late this evening. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address, thank you, the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. So we have public comment from Jeffrey Gordon. Mr. Gordon, welcome. And I believe you have 6 minutes. Do you have time donated to you? Or I'm not sure, you submitted 2 cards, but that doesn't qualify for 6 minutes. Is there somebody else who donated?
No.
Okay. So
well, my mother also, but she's not here.
Oh, okay. So if you could try and keep it to 3 minutes, we appreciate it. So
yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon, good evening. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. As you know, Mayor Otake, I'm a resident of Sharon Green Apartments. For over 48 years, I was the second one in when it was brand new. The rent was $210 a month. When they raised it to $215, my neighbor moved out. I couldn't take a $5 increase. Now I still have the original drapes and carpet and kitchen the way it always was. And I'm not arguing about the rental rate. It's going up to over $3,000. But what I'm saying is they're shutting so many apartments down all at once. They've got 105 apartments shut down right now, including your building, E building, in 6 buildings. And my building is scheduled to shut down in 2 months. And I think I'm going to need 3 months to pack up everything, because my mother's 97. And it's a difficult problem to take care of her. I wonder if we could put on the agenda at some point a restriction on their building permits, so that they don't move as fast as they're moving and displacing people. And they're going to close my building, T building, and S building in the middle of April, in the middle of May. And that will bring the number of units empty to 147, half of the rental units. I think that's untoward, very, very bad action of the Maximus partners up in San Francisco who bought this. And in it, I wonder if you could put that on the agenda. I wrote a letter to you. I also wrote a letter to Keith Prewitt of Maximus. He's the one of the 4 partners, saying that it's going to take us time to get out. I'm all built in. I'm working on it, though, every day. Now, I think it's not exactly illegal, but very much of a faux pas sort of thing to cause residents to have to move so quickly, and so many of them, to other units. I wonder if that could be on the agenda so we slow this process down. Now I know that they're going to create gas stoves in each apartment. I think that's going to lead to carbon monoxide and fires. There's more gas. And they're putting washers and dryers in the units. I think that's unnecessary because they took out 12 washers and dryers in the clubhouse, which were originally there. I remember that. And the place is, very, very nice units. However, I think they're running roughshod over the residents, including me. I'm very unhappy with what they're doing. So if you could put it on the agenda to slow them down or look at their building permits, I would be very interested in see what you think about that. And my time is up, almost. Yeah, I think we're going to have an earthquake this year. On January 4th we had one, and Google said there's going to be 5 to 7 big earthquakes around the globe this year because of the slowing of the Earth's rotation. And I wouldn't be surprised there's going to be another one right here. And all the buildings will burn down if that happens because they're all fed by gas pipes. And they don't have automatic earthquake shutoffs for those. They could have paid for that, but they didn't. And with their ideas now, I'm not talking about the rent amounts, which are very high. Just saying we want to slow them down in their activity, if you can do anything about that. So I appreciate, if, Mayor Otake firsthand what the situation is, and we both know the guys in the office, Jack and Ben, and it used to be Nehemiah, now it's Robert. It may or may not be in your realm of authority to deal with this, but I know they have building permits from the council here. So if those could be looked at again, I think we could maybe slow them down or modify this. I think it's a big mistake of what they're doing, and we're willing to pay the rent, whatever. So that's not an issue. And for example, a house on University Avenue on University Avenue at Maple Street that a neighbor sold now rents out for $20,000 a month. And that's not atypical for Palo Alto. So these apartment rents look rather low in comparison. And you might find it difficult to implement this 15%, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm seeing, can we do anything with the Maximus partners to slow them down so we have plenty of time to vacate the apartment?
Okay. Thank you. We will certainly follow up. I think we can certainly ask about displacement provisions and again, because it's not agendized, I can't really do it, but we can certainly follow up, and I think, and that's something that I don't know whether it's Jim, but certainly we'll follow up, and I will, and I just received your letter. I will provide that to Jim Cogan, our housing and economic developer, who I think just stepped out, but I'll be happy to do that, and we'll see if we can follow up on that.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Is there any other public comment cards for this evening? All right. Thank you. Next item is a commission report. There is one vacancy on the Bellhaven Neighborhood Library Advisory Committee. And Interim City Clerk Clay Curtin will introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The Bellhaven Neighborhood Library Advisory Committee was formed in January 2018 and since has been meeting on approximately a monthly basis. The one member of the committee experienced, some personal issues and has been unable to participate and recently resigned her position. And so we were bringing this forward to hopefully fill that seat so they could continue their work, which is only expected to last, through several months through this year. After the agenda was posted, one of the remaining candidates informed our office that she was no longer able to serve. So we have one remaining candidate named Pushpinder Lubana, and she is for your consideration tonight.
Okay, great. We'll probably do this, but I believe, did she submit a card here? So she's here?
She left.
Oh, she left, okay. So, because I wanted to at least invite her if she wanted to speak, but if she has left, why don't we bring it back up here, and I'd say by acclamation, and actually, I think we should do a little bit of a roll call because we've got two members on the phone. So, Councilmember Klein? Yes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mueller?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Keith?
Oh, hi. I want to nominate Pushpinder.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes,
And I'll take
thank
that as
you.
a yes vote as well. Councilmember Carlton?
Yes.
And yes from myself. So by unanimous acclamation, we welcome Pushpinder Lubana. And this goes to show that we encourage applicants when they apply. We do, even if they're not initially selected, we very quickly may have a need for them, and so we very much appreciate everybody who applies for these commissions. Your work is much appreciated here by the council. Next, we have the consent calendar. I wanted to see if any of my council members would like to pull any items. I believe Councilmember Carlton may want to pull I3. Is there any other items that would like to be pulled?
I need to pull I1.
I1?
Yeah, and there's just corrections in the minutes. I need to sit down with staff and go over.
Okay. All right. And also, we actually have a public comment on item I2 regarding legislation.
I can move approval of I4.
Okay, great. And on the phone, council members Keith or Carlton, did you want to pull any items?
No.
So do we want to do I3 and I4 together? Or?
Well, I think Councilmember Carlton did want to pull, and we
okay.
discussed I3. So let's go with I4. There is a motion on the table by Councilmember Klein to, is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay, let's vote on I4. And if I can ask Councilmember Carlton, your vote on item 4?
I'm in agreement with that. That's fine.
Yes. And Councilmember Keith?
Aye.
This is I4.
The motion passes.
Great.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Great, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, so I1, Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, there was just a couple things. So in the 123 minutes, it said...
Which one?
January 23rd minutes. It
January
says you and I pulled items listed G1 and some other, but there is the consent calendar for that's actually F, and it looks like a remnant from the meeting before, so it needs to be corrected. In the February 13th minutes, there's H2 is missing the suggestion I made regarding funding going to the school district that I wanted to make sure is put in the record because I asked if we could bring that back for council discussion. The suggestion regarding the Menlo Gates contribution was, and then direction to bring that back was not included in the minutes. And then in E2, it says the council supported a citywide amendment to consider entertainment uses. Actually, I didn't at that night. I said I didn't want to consider it at that time for the guild. I wanted to have that be brought back at a later date when we did the specific plan. So I want to sit down with staff and just see if I can go ahead and make corrections to those minutes to reflect what occurred in the meeting. And then obviously to make that change to 123, which is I think a typographical error.
So would you like to approve and make a motion on the other minutes, including the one with the typo, so that we can get those approved tonight, and then the one...
Sure, the 13th. So
Can
we'll
I
pull
ask
the
a
13th.
question? I know we had sent some minutes back for clarification on the education issue. Where is that?
It's included in there, Kirsten, and it had language says now it says the JPA, and instead of saying or, it says and other initiatives. So I think that probably satisfied the requisite that you wanted.
Where can you direct me to that while I'm looking on this?
I don't remember
Oh,
which I don't remember which date it was. It might be the 6th or
February
or the
6th.
29th.
2/6, Elena.
That is correct.
So I can go ahead and move the 13th, the 23rd with directing staff to correct the typographical error, the 29th and the 6th, and then ask that we bring back the 13th. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and second to approve the minutes of January 13th, January 23rd, with the typo corrected, January 29th, February 6th, but not the February 13th minutes. And if I can ask Councilmember Keith, your vote?
I'm still searching for something on here on 2/6.
Okay, in the meantime, let me ask Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, that's fine.
Councilmember Keith?
I can't find what I'm looking for on 2/6. Can you just hold up on 2/6 and 2/13?
I'll represent to you. It absolutely says the JPA and other initiatives. Doesn't exclusively.
Do we
say-
know where?
I don't remember which date. It was the date that we went over the work plan. It might be the 6th. That might be the meeting before that. But it absolutely says it. I checked today.
You did. Yelena, do you see it somewhere?
I'm looking at this tab report at this moment to look at the, what agenda item was.
It is
what
on
that?
page 32. Councilmember Keith, if you see page 32, which is page 4 of the February 6th minutes, 2018 City Council Work Plan attachment, it's at the top. It said add language for the Equity in Education JPA to include the JPA and other initiatives will help to address education and inequality in Menlo Park.
Right.
I see it. Okay, so that's what it's changing to, the part in quotes. Correct?
Yeah, that's what's listed in the minutes.
Yeah, so that's we're approving that tonight, and then it was the February 13th
That we're holding.
We're continuing.
Okay.
All right, Kirsten?
Yes.
Can you- okay, great.
No,
Thank-
yes.
Thank you. Very much appreciate that.
And this
all right.
motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Item I2 regarding legislation, I'd like to invite Adina Levin. I think you had a comment on legislation. Welcome.
And I believe you may have another card on that too.
Oh, okay, I see it on screen. I don't have it in my hand. So Adina, followed by Karen.
Okay. So, good evening, council members. Adina Levin, speaking for myself as an individual and not with any other affiliations this evening. And so I know that you have before you, I believe that's a standard League of Cities letter to oppose SB 827, and I would like to encourage you not to go ahead with that at this time, but to have some more thoughtful consideration about this bill. including if there are, specific items of concern, to engage in the details. I know that, with League of Cities, and it's an enshrined position in California, to have local control, value and treasure that local control, is also the case that some new data shows that 97% of California cities are out of compliance with the housing element requirement, and with a 97% out of compliance under a regime of local control, something is seriously not working. Bay Area Council poll shows that 50% of residents in the Bay Area are considering leaving. Something is seriously not working under our regime of local control. A number of years ago, we just went through a process of updating terms relating to below market rate housing. The city several years ago was threatened with a lawsuit for being out of compliance with housing element law, and eventually did come around, and now the idea of having housing, being concerned about housing and affordability, has really changed in the culture. And that was something where before it was seen as, oh, this is the state imposing it upon us, and then we kind of took it upon ourselves. And there's a similar change happening with regard to other issues relating to a housing crisis. The bill, which allows a higher, somewhat honestly moderate zoning next to significant transit, has already had some amendments to address issues with affordable housing and anti-displacement. There's more concerns and the potential for more amendments in the works. The BART board has just made a recommendation that to engage and to make amendments. I have some concerns about how it defines transit, in that it doesn't really support the kind of car-light lifestyles that you would want to allow for this. I am running out of time, so I would really like to see us engage as a city and see if there are things that we want to customize as opposed to reject it at a hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. Karen Grove.
Hello again. I'm speaking for myself. I would second Adina's main point, which is that I don't think we should oppose SB or AB 827, because I think it is a solution to a problem. It may be imperfect, but I agree we should engage and try to fix whatever our detailed concerns may be. The problems that it addresses are the climate crisis by encouraging transit, the humanitarian crisis of the housing crisis, and just to make it real for Menlo Park, some months ago, there was a, I think, 4 or 5 unit rental right behind me, a couple blocks away, that was acquired by a developer, and the residents had to leave. Some of them had special needs children, and it was a hardship. And so, I became aware of it through being on the Housing Commission. So it was tough. And one of the reasons that the developer wasn't interested in building higher density in exchange for keeping the residents at BMR, various solutions, was that he was concerned about community pushback. So this bill would give you cover. So you won't, you can do the right thing and not be the bad guys. So just another way to look at the loss of local control actually giving you the ability to achieve, I think, what is our collective desired outcome. So, thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Let me come back here and let me see if there are any comments on the phone. Councilmember Keith, do you have any? I go to you because I know you've been very active on the League of California Cities board or advisory.
Hi, yeah, Peter,
so
that's right. So I'm on the board of the League of California Cities. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and the board for the League has chosen to oppose this unless amended. So the League of California Cities is working with the bill now and the author to try to make some amendments to make it more something that would allow for local control. We're really concerned about the reduction in local control. And I've talked to the mayor of Mountain View, Lenny Siegel, about this, who's actually invited the author, Senator Wiener, to come down to our area and take a tour with us so we can explain to him what the problems that we see are with this bill. So it's not to just blanket oppose, but it's oppose unless amended. And the city of Palo Alto also sent a letter in opposition, and many letters are being sent in now in opposition unless it's amended. And if our letter needs to kind of clarify that we're opposing this unless it's amended to allow for additional local control, we could certainly add those words. But the league is currently working to try and make some amendments with the author of the bill.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Keith. Councilmember Carlton, do you have any comments or questions on actually not just SB 827, but this item in the staff report regarding the letters of support or opposition on legislation?
So I'm also involved in the League of Cities, and I'm vice chair of the Environmental Committee. And I guess, not totally in support of Proposition 68, simply because it takes tax dollars that we're paying into, and I just am not convinced that this proposition is going to benefit Menlo Park.
Okay. Well, would you like to therefore? Yeah, I'm reluctant about pulling them out and doing
Because
it separately,
it's targeting communities with median income less than 60% of the state. It's just not something that's going to apply to Menlo Park. So as I'm representing the interest of Menlo Park, it's not something I feel like our city council in particular should endorse.
Okay. So why don't we vote on SB 827 and Proposition 69, the other two items? Do we have a motion to support letters? And I think I do hear, based on Councilmember Keith's explanation, that SB 827 would be opposition unless amended, which I do think that's an important point given the public comment made. So do we have a motion in support of in the staff's recommendation?
I think unless amended to provide for more local control, then that's the only amendment we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to do that.
I just want to be clear. I'm going to vote for that. That's fine. But look, 827 could end up with, like, imagine that level of those buildings in Atherton. Like, it's a one-size-fits-all proposition where there's not infrastructure to, right. It's just, there's a lot of things wrong with that bill. So unless amended, it's fine. But
a lot of amendments is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying there's going to be plenty of amendments.
Okay.
I'll second the two that we're talking about.
Okay, great. Let's vote on those two.
I'm in support.
Oh, thank you,
Catherine.
Councilmember Carlton. Great. And
the motion passes.
Great. And in the interest of time, I'd like to continue the Proposition 68 to a later meeting and have decide whether or not to bring that back in a future meeting for now. Okay, so...
Actually, Peter?
Yes.
Can I understand you want to do that. Can I just make a motion to support it and see if there's any support?
Okay.
I'm concerned. Yeah, I'll make a motion to support it.
Okay. Is there a second on supporting Proposition 68?
I'll second. I support it, but I also, at the mayor's discretion, if you want to have if you want to continue to another meeting, I'm completely open to that.
Yeah, I think I'd really like to, I mean, Councilmember Keith, again, it's sort of, and I know it's particularly late for you guys, on both on the East Coast and in Texas here. Can we continue this to another meeting and perhaps have a little more info and a staff report on it? I think that might be advisable.
Sure. Yeah, I was just trying to move things along so we didn't have to bring stuff back, but that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Very much appreciate that. So, motion has been withdrawn by the maker. Thank you.
Oh, actually, I have a question for you.
Yes.
In the interest of keeping this moving and that it is timely, there was a motion and a second. Could we just take a vote? And if it fails, then we'll bring it back with another staff report. If it passes, then we don't need to deal with it again.
I'll probably abstain and allow the mayor to.
Exactly. And
all right.
I think, and then I'd probably vote against it just simply because I'd like to have a little more due process on it. And
okay, that's fine. I'm mindful of the fact that we're going to have very long agendas moving forward, and I was just trying to see if I could keep something off that didn't need to be there.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Keith. All right, so we're going to move now to item I3, which is the Menlo Gates project, and appropriate a matching gift. Certainly. Peter? Yes, Councilman.
Can I do we need can I just make a motion to support this?
Well, I think you can go ahead and make a motion, but I know we had some questions on it that we wanted to discuss.
Okay.
And I think Councilmember Carlton wanted to ask some questions. So I'd like to suggest that you hold off just for a moment on that to allow Councilmember Carlton, would you like to ask any questions or
Sure. Well,
concerns?
First of all, I want to point out that this isn't a matching gift. This is $43,000 plus a minimum of $30,000. So it's not matching. We're putting up 2/3 of the amount of money that will be needed. And the thing that concerns me predominantly is that we still really don't know where they should go. I've had some people contact me and say it should go on the corner of Ravenswood. I've had other people say they think it would be great to have it where the bike and pedestrian entrance comes into the park. I know that last time we said, well, we can put it there for now and we can move it later. But I've spoken to Mr. Sennett, who confirmed that it would be, $30,000, $40,000 at least to move it. And I worry about financial responsibility of putting something in that there's a high chance where it's been indicated at this point is really not the ideal place to put it. And I realize that everybody's trying to hurry to get it in because a lot of the people that are supporting it are older and want to see it done. And I'm not against the arches. My concern is that we're rushing this too quickly to just randomly put it someplace when more thought needs to be put into really where would it make a beautiful impact rather than just putting it in for expediency's sake. Because it's not insignificant. It's initially they've raised about $40,000, and the amount that they've raised is how much it would cost to move it. That's a lot of money, and I'd like to see us just stop for a sec and do some serious thought on where it should be located, because my concern is that as soon as it's funded, it'll get rushed through and it'll get put somewhere, and I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse, and we need to stop and make sure that we know where they should go.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. First of all, let me ask Nick or Alex about, has there been any determination made on the location for the gates at this point?
So the council heard a presentation from the Historic Society, I'm going to say 6 months ago perhaps, and you as a council decided that You could install them temporarily, generally between the gatehouse and the library, sort of where that big expansive lawn is and sort of where the sidewalk is. In fact, I think you can see the site in Mr. Sinnott's attachment on page, gosh, I don't know which page this is. On the right is basically with a sidewalk that sort of takes you into the green lawn area. The idea was a temporary installation, and then once we figured out the library's future or whatever it might be, if it needs to be relocated, we could relocate it at that time. This council did sort of basically give the direction that scenario was an okay scenario, was an acceptable scenario.
Okay, great. Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, can I make a motion that we go ahead and approve, but then add to that motion that subcommittee be created? I'm going to nominate Peter Otake, Councilmember Carlton, 60 days, report back with 2 members of the Historical Society and the city manager, and hopefully we can pick a location at that time. That's my motion.
I think that makes
I'll second
sense.
it.
Good.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
I think that's great, but can I make a friendly amendment that the whole thing be approved together in 60 days?
Why don't we just, we can let's just go ahead and prove it and then just keep the location out and come back on it. So no, I'm not going to accept the friendly amendment.
I just worry that once the finances are approved, I worry the whole thing will slip through. And I just feel more comfortable if the whole thing was approved together in one.
I'm going to not oblige by the friendly amendment. Then I decline it.
Okay, then I'll make a substitute motion that the whole thing be approved in 60 days when we've determined where it should be located.
I think I don't hear a second or support. There's also, so I think the substitute motion, Councilmember Carlton fails. There is a motion that has been seconded, but that it does include the subcommittee. And Councilmember Carlton, I do share your concerns about making sure we don't rush and we get the right location. I do feel comfortable that we can, and delighted to work with you, reaching out to the Historical Association and see whatever comments we can get to make sure that that we're picking the correct location. I do think we can do that in 60 days. So with that, I'd like to recommend that we vote on the motion on the table, including the subcommittee. Why don't we take the vote and then Councilmember Keith, can I get your vote on the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Carlton?
Abstain.
Okay. All right.
The motion passes 4-0. Councilmember Carlton abstains.
Thank you. Let's see. And I think we approved item I-4, so I believe we covered all of the consent items. Thank you very much. Let's move to item J1, public hearing. Planning Commission's recommendation and approve the conditional development permit for the Facebook East Campus. And we have Assistant Community Development Director Mark Munzer will introduce the item. And
Mayor Otake?
yes.
I have to recuse myself from this.
Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, that's right. And I think you had requested.
And you know what? It's already midnight here, so by the time we get around to it, I'll not be.
Yeah.
I'll be exhausted. So can I just make a comment on regular business, and then you guys can proceed, if that's all right.
Yes, please do. Is which item on regular business?
K1.
Okay.
I was in the room when we had the representatives from the newspapers and Fran Dean for the businesses and a number of people. And there was general consensus in that room. I think it was in October, November. The general consensus was that it would be appropriate and fine because staff was very busy, as we all hear often, that they would be given 6 months to regulate, they being the representatives from the news agencies, to clean up the issue and deal with it themselves and self-regulate, which has been given to them before. That's how the newspaper distribution thing was created years ago. And everyone agreed to it, and then for some reason it never happened. For some reason the regulation went forward anyway. And I just want to say I'm disappointed, because I thought that the news people seemed very earnest in wanting to regulate themselves, and I don't have a particular issue. I don't think that it's a draconian thing being put forward. But seeing as we do hear often how staff time is tight, this does actually create something that's going to take up more staff time in putting out these permits. And I would feel good if we would give them the 6 months to self-regulate, so that we didn't have to spend staff time putting together permits and all this. Just as a comment, I was just sad that was brought up, and generally everyone felt good about it, and then it just seemed to have died.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Carlton. We will. I think we've all heard that pretty clearly, and we will take your input when we take up the item. And certainly, I know that will be the next item after the Facebook hearing. So I do recognize with the time difference. Appreciate your being joining us. And we certainly have the opportunity to discuss this later. So, great, thank you. So, public hearing J1 on going back to Facebook East Campus. Mark, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Mark Munzer. I'm here with Senior Planner Kyle Parada. We are here this evening for the public hearing to provide an amended CDP and DA for the Facebook East Campus. As you're aware, and it's been detailed in the staff report, this is necessitated by actions taken on the West Campus expansion project, mainly related to mitigation measures that address trip caps for Facebook, some other terminology that would need to be clarified both in the CDP and in the DA for the East Campus. The Planning Commission heard the case on February 5th and recommended approval with no modifications to the recommendation. And so we are here this evening to get your input. We do have a presentation if that is needed to kind of frame the topic, but otherwise I also know the applicant is here and we can respond to questions. Thank you.
Okay. I do think it would be helpful to go through the presentation, but perhaps you might be able to go through it perhaps at a faster pace than you may have rehearsed.
I will.
So
I will put the trust in Kyle.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Kyle, too.
So before we get started, though, on the presentation, we do have two updates. There were two additional items of correspondence that the council received throughout the day today, raising two main topics I just want to address real quickly. The first is the question about the possibility of applying the trip cap to other Facebook sites besides just the East Campus and West Campus, which are the two that have the trip cap currently. And then the second letter was about questions about the exclusions in the revised trip cap for the East Campus. So just by way of clarification, as Mark said here, what we're looking at right now are modifications to the trip cap to the East Campus related to the implementation of the West Campus expansion project entitlements and environmental impact report mitigations. So the focus is on the East Campus, not any other sites that Facebook may occupy that don't currently have trip caps. And then the other thing with regard to the trip cap exclusions for the East Campus, it's really a, a clarification of an existing exclusion for trips that do not, vehicles that enter the site that where their final destination was not Facebook or the site itself. So it's more clarity on the exclusions such as the Bay Trail parking, cut through traffic from Bayfront to Willow that does use the kind of right turn in and cuts down the parking lot. And then the clarification about double counting for the shuttles. So shuttles that go through the West Campus to the East Campus where they're originating outside of Menlo Park, not double counting those trips. So with that, I'll move into the presentation. Let's see. All right, so as we said previously, this is related to the Facebook West Campus expansion project, and I'll try to do this brief. I won't read everything on the slide. Essentially, the West Campus expansion project was originally approved in November of 2016. The amendments were approved by the council in November of 2017, just last year. As part of that, there's a conditional development permit, or CDP, a development agreement, and an environmental impact report, among other kind of entitlements. Those are the three main ones that we're talking about here today. And so as part of that, those entitlements did have some effects to the East Campus, mainly regarding the mitigation measures regarding the trip cap. And so that's an EIR mitigation measure from the certified EIR on the West Campus that essentially modifies the trip cap to implement the peak hour instead of peak period limitation. So it's essentially creating an equivalent trip cap on the East Campus that was applied to the West Campus as part of the West Campus expansion project. So the EIR found that in order to mitigate a number of potentially significant impacts to less than significant, the trip cap modification of 50% to each hour for the overall peak hour, or peak period, excuse me, needed to be retroactively applied to the East Campus, and so that's what we're doing here tonight. And so in addition to that, there was another change required to the East Campus due to the West Campus expansion project development agreement. So as part of the negotiated benefits there, Facebook agreed to modify the East Campus DA to remove a potential reduction in their annual payment. So right now, Facebook pays an annual payment to remove the density cap, which was the employee cap essentially, and utilize a trip cap. And so under the old DA for the East Campus, they could actually partially reduce the trip cap and partially reduce their annual payment in a commensurate amount. And so that's no longer available. They have to either implement the trip cap with the annual payment, or they can remove the trip cap, go back to an employee density, and remove the payment in its entirety. So that was the main change there from the DA. And so I kind of just ran through most of this already, but essentially what we're looking at is a CDP amendment to the East Campus related to the trip cap, the revisions there from the EIR, and a couple other cleanup items. So we removed the mitigation measures or other already complied with conditions of approval from the CDP for clarity, as well as updates to the property ownership, which is now under Facebook versus a previous ownership group. And so we kind of already talked about the amendment trip cap here, so I'll kind of move on from that. It did clarify in the updates about the trip cap exempt trips, so we'll kind of pass through that for sake of time here. With regard to the development agreement, as I said previously, it's the removal of the partial reduction in the annual payment, but there are other modifications for cleanup items, such as modifying the trip cap in the DA to be consistent with the trip cap associated with the CDP, so just kind of a clarity thing there, and then additional updates to the property ownership to reflect that change, and then acknowledgement of certain completed items from the DA that have already been done by Facebook, which don't affect any of the negotiated public benefits from that original DA back in, I think, 2012. And so with that, the recommended actions are here for the council's benefit. We're looking for the adoption of a resolution approving the second amended and restated CDP, as well as the introduction of an ordinance approving the amended and restated development agreement. And so if those were to be adopted and introduced tonight, then the next steps would be a second reading of the ordinance on March 27th, which is a tentative date that we're planning for. And the environmental review, just for the council's benefit, is incorporated into the resolution and ordinance. Essentially, the EIR for the West Campus expansion project and the EIR for the East Campus cover these two actions tonight. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Kyle and Mark. Let's see, do we have any clarification questions? I'm going to now open the public hearing, and I don't know if we have any cards. Okay. So do we have a motion
I'll move to close.
Close the public hearing? And a second, presumed second from Vice Mayor Mueller, and by acclamation, or, well, I've got acclamation from the three of us to close the public hearing. Again,
yes,
because,
acclamation.
and thank you, Councilmember Keith. So we're closing the public hearing. We'll bring it back up here. Are there any comments or questions from up here? I'll just, certainly the impression I got, and I've read the staff report, was really a lot of this is just simply cleanup and consistency issues. There really aren't any substantive changes. The closest that I could see to substantive change was measuring the peak hour, but by and large, I didn't see anything other that was substantive. I just want to make sure that is the right impression, because obviously there's a lot of terminology in there, and between trip caps and I wanted to make sure I fully understood this right to suspend in entirety, make sure I understood that, because it sounds more significant than perhaps it is. Kyle, I think you did cover that, but if you could just make sure that, repeat that, just that I understand that. And that was more of the formula, correct, based on which?
Right. So with the when Facebook moved into the East Campus, they went through an environmental review process to remove the employee cap. So it was capped at a certain number of employees,
which
were
was
Sun.
from the Sun Microsystems.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and so in removing that, they moved to a trip cap, so the equivalent kind of amount of trips to and from the site, but with their TDM plan, they could increase their density or the employee count above the employee count that was previously there. And so the DA that was negotiated for that always had a provision that they could either suspend it completely and just move back to the old employee cap from Sun. So it's not that there isn't a cap, I should have clarified that. It goes back to Sun Microsystems' previous employee cap, and then the removal of the annual payment.
Okay. So
it
they
also
have to basically reduce the number of employees.
Correct.
If they wanted to suspend it.
True,
Trip
yeah.
cap.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. That I understand that a lot better. Vice Mayor Mueller?
I just want to comment on the trip cap and the peak times, because I work at a tech company now. No one goes to work before 9 o'clock. I do. It's empty by 10 o'clock. Whoa. And the same is true as the peak period. All the engineers stay until 6:30 or 7. So in future, and I've noticed on recent trips to Facebook that around 9 a.m., plenty of spots. 10 a.m., not so many spots. Triple parked. Valets like filling the aisles. And so if we're only measuring trips during these time periods, we're measuring at the times. People aren't there. So in future agreements, when we're looking at the trip cap.
So the trip caps, the peak hours are based on the EIR for the worst hours of the day. And so actually on the roadways,
But the thing is, if you leave at 8:30 from San Francisco and you don't get there until 9:30, you're still on the roadway during peak hours.
But that we don't care about up at that end. It's in the vicinity of the project and the streets and highways that we measure. And so we look at, and so when they're doing the traffic counts, you see the peak hours by actual traffic volume and counts. And those are the peak hours in terms of the adjacent roadways around that project.
So I actually am starting to become concerned about the 9:30 time period, because that time period, if the amount of cars that move in there during that time period, I'm concerned about what that is to the quality of life of people who live in that area. If we're not actually capturing that.
Well, we're capturing it because we also have the total peak. We have the total trip cap.
Mm-hmm.
So we have peak trip caps, and then we have total daily trip caps.
It's just amazing to me that we never, I mean, I talked to city manager today, I think like we barely ever exceed the trip cap, and we've never gotten revenue from it. And those parking lots are like you go by the valet, it's like there's triple park down the rows. I don't understand, like, it's packed. So I don't understand.
We have actual measurements. I mean, we get them every day. We get the actual measurements, and there are certain times they get certain exceptions. So we've exceeded the numbers on a certain number of days, but they're entitled to a certain number of days as specified in that trip cap memo. I mean, so they get, I can't remember the total number of exceptions a year. And then for certain events, and then there's a certain number of violations before it trips the penalties.
Have we ever audited it?
We audit it all the time, and automatically.
How do we audit it?
So we require a manual audit confirmation. I'm not sure if it's once a year or once every 2 years. I have to go back through. Oh, Nikki can answer these questions.
Yes, so Nikki Nagaya, Assistant Public Works Director. So as Mr. McClure described, we check the counts of the system through a manual count process once a year. So we send out a count firm, they do lay down tubes, verify the number of cars crossing those tubes, matches the count collection equipment that is out there collecting data on a daily basis. So we then have the ability to verify that they're working correctly. If there's any malfunction with the camera, we can see that through the daily reports that we get, and then Facebook notifies us as well. So there's specific requirements in the trip cap policy that ensure the equipment can't be down, malfunctioning for a certain amount of time as well.
Okay, well, I stand corrected, but it's fascinating. I mean, you guys do a good job because it's fascinating. Because when you're over there, man, it feels like those parking lots are full. So, anyway.
Kirsten, do you have any questions or comments on this item? Councilmember Keith?
No, I think it's explicable to me, and I understand what we're trying to do here, the cleanup. I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to approve this recommendation and the conditional permit and development agreement amendments to the Facebook East Campus. I do think there are other conversations that are for another meeting that were brought up in some letters and those things, but in this case, I think this is mostly, as we said, it's just terminology and updating documents. So.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, with that in mind, I'll second that.
Okay, and your motion, there are in attachment A recommended actions. So I'm assuming your motion incorporates
includes all the actions. Do you want me to go over each
the
one,
staff
Bill?
report.
I think it's fine.
To approve for the staff report.
Yes.
You could reference the staff report attachment A for the recommended actions. Okay, we have a motion and a second. And Councilmember Keith, just to get your voice vote on it.
Yes.
Thank you. And just checking that Councilmember Carlton has dropped off. Okay.
The motion passes 4-0. Councilmember Carlton is absent.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. And Councilmember Carlton is recused, actually, from this, from this topic. All right, great. Thank you. Item K1, which is now introduction of an ordinance to regulate news racks within Menlo Park. Housing and Economic Development Manager, Jim Cogan, Guru will introduce the item. It's getting late.
Yes, Peter, it is getting late.
Yes.
It's like
On the
1:30.
East Coast, it's particularly late. Thank you.
I'm ready to vote.
All right.
During his
Jim.
presentation, or are we?
Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Jim Cogan. I'm your Housing and Economic Development Manager, and I would be happy to, I'm happy to state that I will muddle through this in Megan Revolinsky's absence, who went into labor early this morning.
Oh, wow.
And so she was 24 hours away from getting to bring this to fruition, and I feel like it's fair to mention that she did the vast majority of work on this along with the city attorney's office. So she's probably watching from home right now because she wanted me to text her immediately afterwards to see how it went. But with that, we'll get through the presentation rather quickly in recognition of Councilmember Keith's dedication on the East Coast. So just going through the timeline very quickly, this ordinance is coming before you as a result of a great deal of community input and in response to complaints. The chief thing that I want to point out here is that I think everyone agrees that what we have downtown is unsightly and needs to be remediated. The problem that we have is that we actually do not have the authority to remediate the situation downtown because we do not have an ordinance that people are in violation of. As the council knows, we've had 2 community meetings on this, dating back to the first one being in October of last year, and then council direction to move forward with bringing an ordinance to you. We wanted to bring out some of the, call out some of the highlights in the draft ordinance as to, because they're directly related to feedback that we received from those community meetings, and those are the sections in front of you as to where those are called out. Really, what people were concerned about was maintenance, the size and design standards, and we took the approach that a good ordinance in this case should be relatively restricted rather than restrictive. We heard from the publishers and distributors that they did not want us prescribing the size and the type of boxes, so we're leaving it open to the modular design, which are the ones that can be branded and placed in the right-of-way. And the standards on placement and location are not specific locations, but rather they're not allowed to be in, they have to allow for ADA accessibility. They cannot be placed so that they interfere with bicycle racks, and this will all get called out specifically in the permit that they apply for. We are going to be utilizing a team effort in bringing forward the actual permitting for these news racks. We've talked with Public Works, and they will be administering the permit, and we really have tried to look at similar permits that we issue at the city, and primarily encroachment permits are similar in the amount of review that will likely be necessary, and so that'll come into play in a little while later when we ask the council for the policy question that we have before you. Code enforcement will enforce our maintenance standards, primarily helping to deal with abandoned news racks, and then we wanted to mention that additional resources might be necessary depending on what the fee level comes back at. So as I mentioned, we're looking at kind of the similarity between an encroachment permit, and this is related to our guidelines for setting permit fees. The guideline policy really has 3 levels, and the first is more of a total cost recovery level. And so for an encroachment permit, that's currently a minimum of $500. There's the middle level and then the lower level, and these The differences are really to recognize that some permits that the city issues have an intrinsic value that offsets the full cost recovery. So we wanted to get the council's feedback on that because it is within your purview to determine whether or not a permit that we would be issuing has an intrinsic value that offsets the need for full cost recovery. And with that, I have shortened the presentation and concluded the presentation.
Great, thank you. Are there any clarification questions from the dais?
Just to bring up just the letter that came in about was the specific area of location, was that discussed and reviewed by the publishers? Because here it says it was added after the feedback from the publishers.
So I know that Bill has a little better mastery of the ordinance, but we were very specific as to not prescribe location. I think the ordinance does reference private property, but only in so much as that we are not going to be permitting on private property. The permit would be for in the public right-of-way. And so if a publisher or distributor has an agreement with a private property owner, then they are welcome to place them on the private property as long as they're within the guidelines for the rest of the development of the property. But we're not creating a
How about the distances from like the fire hydrant from that? Was that all reviewed with publishers? Did that get codified later?
So can I just, so this ordinance, the draft ordinance, was sent out to all the people who were interested in the topic, and they were invited to come to a meeting. So, and that was again per the council's direction. So just to kind of pick up on and Councilmember Carlton, she expressed, I believe, that viewpoint when this came before the council before. The council directed us to go ahead and draft an ordinance and bring it back, but to do it with outreach to the publishers and distributors. And so that process was followed. We drafted an ordinance that's based on essentially all the other ordinances up and down the peninsula. Ours is significantly less restrictive than any other cities, dealing with kind of the specific concerns. And so what was then happened is that Megan went back to the list of all the people who had attended and signed up. An email was sent out with a copy of the draft ordinance. They all had it to read before the meeting, and then a number of people attended the meeting. You know, Fran was at that second meeting, and a representative of the distributor for the Daily Post was at the meeting, expressed and talked about and discussed the terms, as I understand it from Jim and Megan and Nick Flegel from my office who attended, that there was essentially consensus by all those people attending that this ordinance was pretty darn fair and that they could live with this ordinance as it was. And so the two objections that are in this email are just wrong.
Okay.
I mean, they completely misstate what the ordinance says on its face.
Right. Okay. That clarifies it for me.
So
thank you, Bill.
Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, so actually what I would like to know, and it's not included, is from section 3.28.070, which shows, it gives a number of locations. What would be really helpful to me would be a map showing where the current news racks are downtown, and then how many of those would still be there if this were enforced. Because I'm not, I just think that looking at a map and seeing if it matches up or not is extremely helpful. And then the question, actually, I do have a question about restricting news racks on private property with design guidelines, because it's a restriction of free speech rights on someone else's property, and I'm not sure government has the right to. It's a news rack.
Yeah, so we do have the right to regulate what the racks are, where they're located, and those kinds of things on private property, just like we do any other structure on private property. we can't regulate it based on the content of it, but we can regulate reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, whether it's on public property or private property.
Maybe it just makes me uncomfortable doing it on private property,
Yeah.
because it's someone's right. If someone wants to construct a rack on there and that to disseminate information, and it's their own private property to do that, I can tell them how big that rack is, and
Sure, and we can say how big the windows are, and we can say how big the structures are, and where they can put structures on their property, and we do that for all kinds of structures, and what the garbage, receptacles look like. This isn't getting into any of that level of detail. It's just saying maximum height, width, size. I mean, the design restrictions, I think, are 2 minor paragraphs. Again, if you want to take it out, that's okay, but this seemed to be supported by all of the distributors, publishers that attended the meeting. It's in 1328-060. There are really 3 sections, and some of those don't apply because they refer to a public street. So it's just referring to can't exceed 50 inches in height, measured from the ground. It talks about the coin slot. If they're coin slots, where it's measured, that's really an ADA requirement, and won't create a danger to people. I mean, those are the 3 restrictions in 1328-060. So as long as they comply with those 3 restrictions, we're not regulating them at all.
And that was, you just said, I apologize, but I wanted to follow up on that. I'm reading it with you, and it says, no news rack shall be placed, installed, or maintained on any public property. So this provision only applies to public property.
Well, and then there's another section that says that relates to private property, and it's
3.
07. I think it's
no, it's 12.28.030.
030. So then it refers to that section and says that as long as it complies with that, no permit is required for private property. So it's the last paragraph of 1328-030. So news racks on private property do not require a permit, but do require design review approval if they do not conform to the design standards in the chapter. And the design standards are just those 3 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, the biggest issue I have is I can't see a map of whether or not we're changing locations with the current.
Yeah, so we're really not changing the locations of any of the racks. What we're doing is we're getting rid of the big boxes that are unsightly, and then distributors can put in their racks, any place in the downtown, as long as it's within not more than or less than, and not blocking sidewalks. Because none of the racks today are blocking sidewalks. None of the racks today are in unsafe, locations. So the Daily Post will be able to replace or keep their existing news racks currently where they are, and as far as I understand, they meet all the design guidelines and requirements of the ordinance.
So there aren't any within 5 feet of a driveway or 5 feet of a bench or a bus stop? We're sure of that?
I'm not 100% certain of that.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is, if we had a map that showed the downtown and then the measurements of where they currently are in this, then I'd know. But what makes me nervous about it, guys, is that we just lost in the South Bay a bunch of newspapers in circulation. It's not just the Daily Post; it's the Almanac too. I don't want to inadvertently affect their circulation. I really don't want to inadvertently affect where they're able to put their papers. Now that people are used to going to where they're used to grabbing them, and that's why the map would make me feel a lot more comfortable that we're not accidentally making a mistake.
So I think to that I would answer Vice Mayor Mueller. We are going to see a lot fewer racks downtown because we'll get rid of all of the green ones, and we will get rid of all of the abandoned ones, which we cannot do now. So essentially, the racks that are utilized and maintained will have their pick of the locations that currently are occupied by unused racks. I can't tell you with 100% certainty that there is not a rack within 5 feet of a bench, but the fact that, I'm thinking of location in general location. So, for example, the corner of Santa Cruz and Chestnut, will a rack be able to be located at the corner of Santa Cruz or Chestnut or within close proximity to that? Absolutely. There's no question about that. In the same place, like if you are a customer and you're accustomed to going to Pete's to pick up the almanac, where you pick up the almanac will still be available, whether it's 6 inches or 7 inches from where it is now. That may change slightly, but the same general location will be available. And there will be a lot more locations available theoretically because all of the green boxes will be gone. I think that what we're seeing is a large reduction in just paper distribution across the board. So as fewer of those go out of the marketplace, there will be ample opportunity for the very few that still utilize that delivery method to place their boxes where they want.
So can I ask why? So, because I get that we're going to be able to get rid of a lot, but we could do that without some of these restrictions in terms of location. Because what I'm trying to figure out is why did we say not 5 feet from a bus stop zone? Because actually that's a great location. You're waiting for a bus, you're going to walk over and grab the paper. Or you're within 5 feet of a bench, you're sitting on the bench, great place, you're going to walk over and grab a paper.
Yeah, the problem is that, and again, we did not create these. We looked at other cities' ordinances, which all of these newspaper companies and distributors have been able to comply with, haven't had a problem. They've been on the books for a long time. The people that attended the meeting didn't have an objection to these provisions, and these were in there when they reviewed it. And they read them ahead of time, and then they went through them at the meeting and discussed it. But the issue is ADA requirements about making sure that you have an ability to walk around the bus stop or walk around the bench, and you're not creating impediments to use those facilities, like the crosswalk. And if you have multiple people that are, backing up to go up crosswalk, you don't want a bunch of furniture right there crowding people at the crosswalk. Should it be 4 feet, 3.5 feet versus 5 feet? This was kind of the smallest distance. There were some that were 10 feet, and we went to 5 instead of 10 that appeared in, I don't remember which one of the ordinances, but Nick and Megan had created kind of a matrix of what other cities' requirements were, and we went to the least restrictive that created the most opportunity to have boxes in the most locations rather than to create the least opportunities where we could have boxes located.
I'm not going to hold you guys up. I'm still, in terms of them, I still would like to see a map to see how many locations are actually changing. I really do appreciate the amount of work that's gone into it. The First Amendment makes me really, really, it's a big issue for me.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, Jim, is it something we can bring back for the second reading?
Yes.
Can we do an inventory like that?
We can, that does kind of come down to staff resources as far as...
Well, that's right. She's having a baby today.
Right.
We
can...
See, we have an inventory of every box and the location of every box. We don't have measurements of, is it 4.5 feet or 5 feet from that crosswalk? And, I can't remember the total number of boxes.
It was, I think, well over 100.
Yeah. And so we basically, you can drive around to kind of see where most of them are because most of them are in big clumps. But we do have an inventory. We can provide the inventory, but we just don't have the actual physical measurements or photographs of each location as far as I'm aware.
If we can't, in the reread, can we have a review period where we come back and see if there's any negative feedback? You can just tell us. We don't need a review period. And then we could address it if we have done something.
Certainly. I wouldn't bring it back for review unless we have complaints.
Right. That's what I mean.
And if we have some complaints about it. But again, There weren't any complaints I mean, Fran was at that meeting, and I wasn't at the meeting. Jim, you were?
Yeah, so I will tell you that there was a surprise from the distributors because they said, we don't have anything to complain about. They actually came in and said, this is the first time a city has been on the right track from the beginning. And it was an interesting meeting because we were trying to get some criticism from the distributors, and they really had to be creative, and they really couldn't come up with anything. I think that the gentleman who sent in the email was not there, but someone who does his distribution was, along with Megan, Nick, and me. Actually, Justin Murphy, our Public Works Director, was there because when Justin isn't in charge of an item, sometimes he likes to go just for fun to listen to other staff community meetings. But and I think he was there also from the standpoint of enforcing this or administering this. And we really do, our goal is to be able to abate the nuisances and then have a very, very limited restriction on the rest. And so really not to change the topic, but it would be very helpful for us as we're putting together our master fee schedule for council to give us some feedback on the permit fee level, the level of cost recovery, because I think that's where the council will get the most feedback from the distributors as to whether or not the ordinance is appropriate.
Let me ask, Councilmember Klein.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I wanted to ask Councilmember Keith if you had any questions, comments.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you for that. I wanted to say thank you so much to staff, to Jim for this, and Megan. I'm so excited for her, too, with her big news tonight. But thank you for putting this together. It's been a long time coming, and I know we've been waiting to get this done for a while so we can get some of the unsightly things off of Santa Cruz Avenue and other places. So it's great to see this ordinance come forward. And I'm happy that you've dealt with the First Amendment issues and that you reached out to the newspaper and people who would be most affected, the producers of the literature that goes in these containers. And I too want to hear if there are any problems or complaints. But I'm happy that you had them at your meeting, Jim, and you said that people did not have complaints. And thank you, Bill McClure, for the information that this is the same kind of ordinance that's happening in other cities, and other cities can comply with it, and there are no complaints. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve this per the staff report.
Okay, so there is a motion. I do have questions or comments, but it certainly would.
I'll second, and then we.
Yeah, exactly. So Councilmember Klein has seconded Councilmember Keith's motion, but I'm not ready to vote on it but thank you for putting the motion on the table.
Certainly.
Councilmember Keith, did you have any additional comments? Otherwise, I wanted to chime in with some questions.
I'm submitting it with those comments that I've made. Thank you.
Okay. So there were a couple things. First of all, as a global question here, I mean, it's certainly apparent to me, and that that there are many newspapers that don't need and seem to be pulling back from distribution. Wall Street Journal, Chronicle, many of those, and so the abandonment aspect is an important part of this. Do you sort of see that with the 14-day abandonment? Does that allow us, and do you see as the intention of this ordinance being able to eliminate or replace the green multiple ones that that's, I think from an earlier staff report I recall, half of the bins aren't even being used anymore. Does that mean that they are going to be dismantled completely or partially and then replaced with single racks? How do you see the abandonment giving the city the authority, and how will that be replaced?
So with the green racks, assuming the approval of the ordinance and the appropriate wait time for it to go into effect, we would do outreach to anyone that is utilizing any of the green bins and let them know that the green bins are going away and that they can apply for a permit to put out their modular bins. And the papers that don't utilize the modular bins or are getting rid of paper distribution altogether would probably not get a permit because they wouldn't be utilizing bins anyway. It would also take out the random pieces that are just left in the green bins because they don't necessarily have the infrastructure to purchase those modular bins, which the cost to entry in that market is in the couple $100 range just for the modular bins. And so, we would be reducing across the board the number of bins almost immediately. We would also have the opportunity to reach out to any that appear to be abandoned. And if we don't get a response, then we would pull those out as well. So it would be all of the green bins and all of the abandoned bins downtown within very short order. Okay. And so we'd see that turnover into the individual bins. Okay. I will say this one section about the standards for placement and location of news racks, 1328070. Just, it goes on for a page and a half. And it just seems to me, and I understand that it was taken from a variety of different other cities, ordinances. It just seems to me overly prescriptive. But yet I do understand that there are certain, for example, ADA requirements and compliance. Help me understand which ones are related to that have to comply with that, and others that seem to be more desirable but not necessarily either safety or ADA related. Is there a subset? And is, in other words, what I'm getting to, is there a way that we can shorten this and be perhaps less prescriptive, or are all of these items really necessary, because they do seem to come across as particularly prescriptive and perhaps therefore limiting?
So can I just walk through, there are specific purposes for all of these, and then there is, just so you're aware, if you go to page 161, item 5, item B in the middle of the page, basically gives a waiver or an ability to modify any of these provisions if they are too restrictive. So there's built-in flexibility that the Director of Public Works has authority to modify these. But if you walk through these, for example, near a curb, not less than 18 inches, no more than 24 inches. Two purposes. Cars pull up, they hang over the curb, they're going to hit the box. So we're creating a problem if it's too close to the curb. If you're too far from the curb, you're in the sidewalk, and we're creating a problem to pedestrians, people that are walking on the sidewalk. So again, this is kind of the accepted 18 to 24 inches is kind of the accepted thing in all of these ordinances, and that's the reason for it. Because otherwise, if you don't have any guidelines, people will just put them in, then cars hit them, then we have complaints about cars hitting them, or they're out in the sidewalk and we're dealing with problems. So the actual having these guidelines are preferred by the installers so they don't have to come out and move them. So for example, that's the curb. Adjacent to a wall, again, you want it close to the wall. You don't want to be creating damage to somebody's private property because we're basically giving them permission to put this on the public right-of-way. And yet you want it close enough so that, again, it's not out in the sidewalk. Again, saying that it needs to be open, now maybe that is something that doesn't really need to be stated, that it's pretty obvious that it should be facing the sidewalk instead of, up against a wall, or you don't want the person to go out in the street to open it, but you probably don't need to say it, but there may be some installers who, if they don't have the guidelines, wouldn't know what to do. It needs to be affixed to the sidewalk so that you don't have people knocking these over and, creating problems with the sidewalk so people aren't injured because it's not affixed and it falls over. And then item 4, again, this has to do with safety and not having things too close to a crosswalk. I mean, you got to have some guidelines about how close it can be to a crosswalk or a fire hydrant. That's clearance by the fire department. They want the clearance around the fire hydrant so that they can access it with their tools and get to a fire hydrant quickly. The C is, clear passage and creating what we need for non-obstruction for ADA purposes and sidewalk clearance. Again, the driveway is you don't want, because these things can be up to 50 inches high, if a car's pulling out of a driveway, you don't want to impact the visibility coming out of a driveway. I mean, each one of these has a specific purpose for why it's in here. Because again, we're granting permission to put something on our public right-of-way and sidewalk, and so you need something to create that, because we're the ones that are going to get sued because we allowed somebody to put something there. We're the ones who are allowing an ADA violation if we're creating impediments to people using the sidewalk. We're the ones who are going to get the complaints if these boxes are too close to the curb and cars are hitting them, when they pull in, or they're getting a ticket because they can't pull in close enough because, the box is there. I mean, they have specific purposes.
Okay, and then the final question, I think it was a follow-on to Vice Mayor Mueller, this about private property. So, and I want to make sure I explicitly understand that on page 157. So they do not require, if it's on private property, it does not require a news rec permit, but would require design review approval by the Public Works Director or designee if they do not conform to the design standards in this chapter.
And the design standards are in 060 on page 160.
Right. So that is...
So it's the height.
We might want to make that, refer to that section.
We can do that.
Because I just wanted to make sure that this is not, that it's specific to that, to the 1328060.
We can put
and I
that
see
in.
that's the ADA. Some of it is, or those three.
Well, the
are also
coin slot
sized.
height that's an ADA requirement, and it's kind of the same. The other news rack boxes are, so there's kind of some form of uniformity.
Right. Okay. There's another question that I thought I had here. No, I think that's fine. Any other comments? Councilmember Klein, you have your line up.
Sorry.
I have one question.
Yep.
What happens today if someone puts a news rack too close to a driveway or sticks it in a crosswalk? We can get rid of it, right?
There's a notice procedure, and then we can, or unless it's an emergency, if it's blocking a sidewalk or something of that nature, we can then remove it and inform them after the fact.
And so we haven't done that with any of the current placements.
Correct.
Well, yes, other than there was a complaint about one being placed. The council will remember there was an email that we received last year, one being placed basically on top of a bicycle parking area, and I contacted the distributor and they moved it right away.
Okay. So, I mean, like I said, I'd love to just, maybe on the second reading, if you can get me the map. And if you can't get me the map, that's fine. But it seems to me where everything is now is working. Our big problem right now is we got a lot of empty, cruddy racks. And so I appreciate all the work that went into this, but I just want to make sure that it's not over breath. That's all. So thank you.
Oh, I do remember the question I had. Maintenance, ongoing maintenance will be up to with all of these, with the ordinance, the city isn't taking on the responsibility to maintain it. I'm assuming that the responsibility to maintain each rack is the owner or distributor, because it's not always a publisher. But they have to, and that's, the ordinance is essentially that they have to be maintained in good working order, essentially, correct?
That's absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. We would have the contact information for anyone who was not, any permitted box, and so we would be able to contact whoever the permit holder was and let them know that they were out of compliance with the maintenance requirements. I did want to mention one more time, any feedback from the council on the low, mid, or high cost recovery would be helpful as we go to develop the actual cost of the permit.
Yeah, my concern there is so trying. On the other hand, like to see cost recovery. On the other hand, I don't want to restrict the distribution, and particularly if we have large numbers that are already currently up in the city. So I don't know if there's a way, if there's a one-off, low number, I'd look at high cost recovery. But if we're looking at already a large number, can they be bundled in a way that it actually is less expensive for the city to process if they're in, if we're looking at, 20 boxes, is there a way that we could potentially do a much lower fee because we in fact are saving our staff time by handling these in a bulk permit, let's call it that way. So,
well, I think staff's intention is that it would be bulk permitting, that it would not be one permit per box, that it would be that you would have the opportunity to permit multiple boxes.
Okay, but I thought I read that the permit is per box. Did I read that incorrectly?
There would be a permit that covers each box, but it could be, there may be a physical permit. Each one is going to have its own permit, but they would be bundled. I mean, the idea is that you get, a permit that one permit might list 5 locations, okay, or might list 10 locations.
Okay, then that's
and then there's
better, but I did have that mistaken.
Yeah. And there's probably going to be a discount, but it's going to be per location at some point.
Right. So the $500 or whatever. I'm trying to remember. I apologize, it's late, but I'm trying to remember the slide. Oh yeah, here we go. Currently $500. You're saying isn't per box. That is per the.
I think maybe
an encroachment permit right now. So that's that's apples and oranges.
Oh, okay.
Again, the policy. The question is the policy is, shoot for full cost recovery, moderate or low, and then we're going to figure out what the pricing strategy is and come back with some with recommendations when you have the master fee schedule.
Yes, go ahead.
I think on the permitting side, I'm less concerned about cost recovery on the permit, but if there's a lot of enforcement, a lot of need for staff, then I would like that to be, I'd like that cost to be recovered.
There is on the enforcement side, because they would be recovering the cost if we pick up the boxes, or if we issue a notice of violation, that we would be having fees, fines associated with that. It's really the permitting question that we're asking here.
Low.
So maybe a mid or low? Low. Okay. And I would be comfortable with low as well on the permit, but high on the recovery of enforcement costs. Okay. All right, with that, there is a motion and a second on the table, plus I think we provided you guidance on the cost. Shall we?
So just to clarify,
Oh, yes.
and with one amendment, and that is to, in section 13.28.030, in the section relating to private property, adding in section that says, news racks and private property do not require a news rack permit, but do require design review approval by the City of Menlo Park Public Works Director or its designee if they do not conform to the design standards in section 13.28.060 of this chapter.
Thank you very much. That does clarify, because I was worried that you might read it to look at the other section, which talks 5 feet, et cetera. So,
As a
thank
second,
you.
As a seconder. Thanks.
Okay, great. Let's vote. Councilmember Keith?
Yes.
Great.
The motion passes 3-1. Councilmember Mueller is against, and Councilmember Carlton is absent.
All right.
Okay,
Item
you guys,
P.
with that vote, it's now 2 a.m. here, and I'm going to bid you adieu. And I'll see you back in California.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Keith.
Thank you.
Appreciate your joining us and recognize how late it
Pleasure.
is. So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Good
Have a
night.
good evening. I will say that it's past 11, so I do want to check with my remaining 2 council members here.
I actually think, given the next item, I'm perfectly comfortable adjourning the meeting at this time.
I
Putting
know
this on the next one? Yep. Does this have any impact on time? Alex, huge impacts?
Yes, it does, because we're holding up some recruitments for advertising the new salary schedule. That's what we talked about.
Do we need 3 votes to pass it, Mr. McClure?
No, a majority of a quorum to pass.
Okay. I'm comfortable going to midnight, and hopefully we can.
This item should not take us to midnight.
Pardon?
This item should not take us to midnight.
Okay. So, sorry.
No, it's totally up to you guys. There are 2 council members not present for it, but that's fine.
Okay. All right. So, K2, regarding the amended City Council adopted salary schedule, and Human Resources HR Manager Linka Diaz will introduce the item, and I see Nick Pagaris as well. Good evening. No, it's late. Thank you, Linka.
Good evening. We are getting the presentation teed up for you. All right. Well, good evening again, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Tonight before you, we have a item to approve a resolution to amend the salary schedule. And there are 3 separate recommendations. The first is to retitle the current project manager series. It's currently listed as Project Manager 1 and 2 in the salary schedule, and our recommendation is to change the Project Manager 1 title to simply Project Manager and retitle the 2 position to Senior Project Manager. And in the staff report, it goes into a little more detail on our reasonings, but it does align with our current titling practices for AFSCME and SEIU positions, and it aligns up with our building inspector series as well. The second recommendation includes some administrative corrections. There are 2 positions listed in the salary schedule, the senior management analyst and the executive assistant to the city manager, that appears that those positions are ranges, and when in fact they are should be listed as a 5-step series, as are the other confidential positions that they are grouped with. The other correction is the salary for Step A of the Information Technology Supervisor position. That was simply a typographical error in which the Step A position was incorrect. The final recommendations include a new salary structure and maximum salary range for management employees, so I'm going to go into further detail on these items. First, I'd like to just confirm that we're on the same page who we're talking about when we talk about the management team. It's comprised of 25 full-time employees, of which we currently have 6 vacancies. Every position serves at the pleasure of the city manager. They're not represented by any union or bargaining unit, and they're comprised of the positions that lead our divisions and our departments. The way salary increases work for this management team, they are merit-based only. No automatic adjustments are made to these employees' salaries. All salary increases are controlled by annual budget appropriations and granted by the city manager, usually around late summer, fall of each year. I'm going to adjust this a little bit. Can you hear me okay still? Yes? Okay. So the reason for the management salary structure is to improve transparency and pay equity. We introduced the idea of implementing a salary structure as a result of the classification and comp study that was completed for all of our non-safety positions about 2 years ago. At the time, the decision was made to bring positions represented by our bargaining units to the market median and retain our existing salary relationships throughout the city, but take a look at the management position salaries at a later time. So now with the number of management vacancies and the pending recruitments, along with California recently passing revisions to the Equal Pay Act, we're now reintroducing the idea of creating a more structured salary plan. And this would be a plan that is based on industry best practices and one that does improve the transparency and pay equity. And to achieve this, we must first determine which level of position in the management group should serve as the benchmark level. So typically, selecting a benchmark position is looked at the mid-level. It's typically most common in the market, so it's easier to find comparable positions, whereas some of the lower and higher end positions may not exist in smaller or larger organizations. It also allows for a stronger relationship with the group of positions. So looking at the management group, because salary differentials can be established both below and above a benchmark, we choose, again, a mid-level position. And then we establish differentials in relation to that benchmark, and those are based on a number of factors, again, listed in the staff report. They include things like the span of control, supervision, the internal compensation relationships, and some specialized education and certification that may be required. So now for staff's recommendations as it relates to the management team. So we're looking for a salary structure that addresses the challenges resulting from salary compaction, recruitment, and retention efforts. That's been a topic of discussion quite a bit lately. And we, excuse me, we applied all the information that we just discussed and took the direction we received from council in closed session and are now recommending that we move the management group to a salary structure like the one you see here. This sets the department directors and police commander as the benchmark level classifications and then recommends a salary spread of 20% above the benchmark as the highest possible salary range and then 30% below the benchmark as the lowest possible salary range. So I'd like to mention that these percentages do not represent salary increases. We are recommending they represent the relationship to the benchmark position. So if you think of the benchmark position as $100, so say a police commander would make $100, a police chief salary range would top out at $110, and the city council could not authorize a salary for our city manager higher than $120. And then it works the same way with the positions below the benchmark, where the city manager's office management employees could not make more than $70. So if you look at our current salary schedule, at the 6 positions that are represented by that benchmark level, they're actually all at different salary ranges right now. So creating a salary structure with one range for multiple classifications with similar responsibilities addresses concerns that the city may be creating individual salary ranges based on illegal or inappropriate factors, and it reinforces our commitment to equal pay practices, establishing salary range that are commensurate with job duties and level of work. So now that I've reviewed the salary structure recommendations, I'll move on to staff's final recommendation of the maximum salary changes. And with that, we need to look at the benchmark level position. And so we should, and looking at the level of position, we need to determine what position do we look at within that level. So the most common position in our market and the most prevalent is the Public Works Director position. So we determined that would be our benchmark position when looking for salary comparisons, and we began collecting the maximum salaries for this position from each Santa Clara County and San Mateo County city, which I'll share with you next. We also took a look at the competitive labor market, and that was the 13-city labor market that was established for the SEIU and AFSCME labor market comparisons after the study. So here is the data we collected for San Mateo County cities with public work directors. So each figure represents the annual maximum salary for each city's public works director. The salaries are listed high to low, beginning on the top left side of the table, moving down the left column, and then over to the right column, top to bottom. The red line represents where the city of Menlo Park's current annual maximum salary falls, which is $194,967. We're number 15 in this list of 19 cities in the county. Next is the table representing the same information for the Santa Clara County cities with public works directors. Again, the red line represents where the city of Menlo Park's current annual maximum salary falls, and so we're number 11 of those 15 cities. So again, after reviewing the data from all of the cities in both counties, we then narrowed our view to the 13-city labor market established for AFSCME and SEIU. And the Public Works Director salaries for these positions were published in the staff report, and they're also listed here. At the time of the labor market survey data was collected, though, and published in the staff report, we did not have the current salary information for East Palo Alto, so it was omitted. So since that time, we've received that salary information, so I'd like to show you the labor market with that information. Their current annual salary is the lowest of all of them, excuse me, at $174,052. That brings the median of the market down to $202,000 and change, and the average down to just under $209,000. So I did want to make that update and note. So despite adding in East Alopalto's data, staff is recommending that the benchmark level positions in the management group be set at the $215,426 maximum salary level as we represented in the staff report. As we set out to recruit for several positions, including 2 assistant department directors, an assistant city manager, and a police commander, we feel that this is necessary to remain competitive with area public agency salaries. And just to put that back into perspective, if you group all of the San Mateo and Santa Clara County cities together, in these salary bands to the right, Menlo Park is currently in the band that represents 5 other cities from $190,000 to just under $200,000. And if we move to the recommended salary of $215,426, we'd be banded there in the 4th category with Saratoga, Milpitas, Hillsborough, and Brisbane. So the impacts of these recommendations, again, I'd like to reiterate that tonight's recommendations of establishing a salary structure and increasing the maximum amount of management salary ranges does not trigger any automatic increases to current employee salaries. No management employee will receive a raise tomorrow as a direct result of these recommended actions tonight. So therefore, there's no impact on the operating budget as well. Skip that quick illustration. So, in addition, it does have an impact, we hope, on our recruitment and retention efforts. We expect to achieve a more competitive market position with the recruitment, which will be especially important as we have these 4 immediate recruitments we'd like to open and get filled. And then we hope that by increasing the employees' potential earnings over time, that will increase our retention efforts. That's the presentation I have for you tonight. May I answer any questions?
Thank you, Linda. Any clarification questions? I'm not sure who was first.
No, go ahead. No, you can go ahead.
Okay,
we have
council
a comment
member.
card.
Okay, we do have a public comment card. Sorry, I didn't switch screens. Cecilia Taylor. Thank you, Cecilia, for hanging in.
Yes,
late.
I'm so glad I'm not saying good morning. Hello. My comment is more about the quality of life of some of the employees. And one of the things that I see that isn't here that I believe is important is one is a city, not a city of Menlo Park as the entirety, but the city as the entity having a minimum wage ordinance. The city still has a $12 an hour position on the books. And I think that needs to be removed before we increase the salary range to $215,000 a year for another employee. The other is I am an advocate of children and also seniors, and the salary for anyone working with children is less than $40,000 a year, and there's around maybe $60,000 a year for the people that are working with seniors. So if somehow, I know that we're talking about managerial positions, that we can include the lower wage workers, and also increasing the minimum wage of the lower wage workers. The other piece is that I believe that would also help with staff retention, because if we're investing in current employees to make more money, maybe employees will go to school and then take the higher positions. And my last comment is I would love to see a local hiring ordinance or something where 25% of the employees for the city of Menlo Park itself were residents of the city. And I will say good night on that one.
All right, Cecilia. Thank you for your suggestions and recommendations. So one thing I definitely wanted to, I do know that last year we went through a whole process of calibrating our salaries relative. We did basically a salary survey across and calibrated our salary schedule for many of the other positions represented by our bargaining units. I'm trying to understand how some of the lower paid employees did. Were they part of that process, and did we get calibration on that at the time?
Yes, so the study included all non-safety positions and non-management positions in terms of the positions we looked at and determined if increases were warranted. So with the exception of the management group, police officer and police sergeant, police corporal, every position in the city was looked at. So those did include our childcare teachers, our recreation staff that work at our senior center. At the time we compared those positions, we determined the benchmark for these job families similar to the recommendation tonight. So in community services, I believe that was a recreation coordinator, which is like the first line of supervision at our community centers. And that position was compared to the same position in our 13 labor market cities. At the time, it was determined that position was not below the market median. So those positions did not receive an additional adjustment in addition to the cost of living increases that the entire bargaining unit received.
Okay. I am surprised to hear that we got a $12 per hour position. I think that may need to be reviewed because but I know that's not the topic this evening, but I did want to sort of echo and convey Ms. Taylor's comment that I would, when she raised it, I was surprised that there was a $12 an hour. Let's not take up the time to simply ask that be certainly reviewed. So I did want to ask you though, so while we are not raising anybody's salaries tonight, there is clearly, by raising the ranges, we are clearly setting up where these positions may go to over time. But I also know that, let's get to the core of the matter here. We're trying to stay competitive with the other cities on the peninsula. We're not moving these ranges to the high end. We're trying to we have had a longstanding policy of trying to be in the middle, right? Be in the middle. The composition of those comparable cities have changed somewhat over time, but I think it has been a principle or a policy of this city council to try and be in the middle of the range. The fact of the matter, if I can sort of paraphrase this analysis, is that over the last year or two, everybody else has gone up. And so in many ways, this is trying to keep our range competitive, particularly as we're going out to hire for vacancies at the assistant department level. We've covered a lot of, what's the model, what's the differential, but the core of the matter here is the need for raising these ranges is just to get us to the middle of the pack. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say. You mentioned the labor market has kind of changed over time, and so that's why we showed a couple different examples of where we would lie amongst various San Mateo and Santa Clara County cities. But yes, it's a highly competitive market now. We have a lot of movement at these positions in our area. We've seen a lot of turnover in those positions, and therefore the salaries having to escalate to compete with the highly competitive market. We've also kept an eye out on other recruitments and how successful they are and what the salary ranges are for those.
Okay. And our current vacancies are roughly 15%, is that correct, in that range?
Yeah, we're actually probably closer to 11 now. We had several folks start last week, and we have a few more starting next week.
Okay, so we've made some progress there, but but still we're still at the 11% vacancy rate. So certainly our ability to accomplish projects, goals, everything that we've set in our milestones and goal setting is dependent upon our capacity, and certainly having high vacancies is an issue and problem in our ability to accomplish the city's business, correct?
Correct. And the 11% vacancy rate is a citywide rate. If you look just at our management team, it's closer to 25%.
Got it. All right. Councilmember Klein?
Yeah, that was one of the areas I was going to ask about. And then the other is, it's just, when's the last time that we've done something on the unrepresented management like this, that we've done an adjustment to true it up based on our competitive research?
Prior to Nick Pigueros and my tenure.
Okay.
Yeah, and Councilmember Klein, I think in my tenure, I don't think we did any kind of truing up with regards to trying to fix the market. We've done a couple of one-off positions just because we couldn't be successful recruiting.
We had an AFSCME raise before through a contract negotiation. I know we did.
I'm sorry, we did what?
AFSCME.
Through AFSCME, we had a contract negotiation with raises.
Yeah, I was asking the unrepresented.
Yeah, he said unrepresented.
Unrepresented.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And I don't recall one either. So
I think to my knowledge, it hasn't been done
one by one, right?
Sorry?
Based on we've chased it one by one.
We tend to chase it one by one, and what we're just trying to do is create a more systematic structure that just makes more sense.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, and when does anybody? I guess I probably should ask this before, so I expect it'll be like, well, we can get back to you. Is there kind of a ratio, like employees, number of residents and number of perhaps businesses or employee, the number of, is there a way that they weight it to say this city is comparable besides just what we typically have, which is size, or we look at certain types of cities? Because I often feel like when people do look at that comparable and they start thinking, well, we're not Cupertino, Sunnyvale by any means, right? And we're not, and I think it's dangerous to go that way. But we also have a pretty significant employer who requires a heck of a lot of staff time and a lot of resource. So how do we justify that balance?
Link, I'll take it. I think one of the things we need, particularly at the management level, we're losing our managers not to the smaller cities, but to the larger cities. I mean, our talent pool, we are fearful of becoming a training ground, and I'd like to keep the employees with their expertise. Of our last 3 public works directors, 2 of them were hired by Sunnyvale. Yep. As an example. Our city clerk went and became the city clerk of Redwood City. Our police chief went and became the police chief of Palo Alto. So it's that kind of exodus to these positions that are just paying dramatically more than we are offering. And we're just trying to compete in a way that if we paid those higher salaries, could we retain them? And we won't know because they've already left, so we don't have the answer to that question. But I've got to believe that people are partially pursuing career opportunities, but also the salary is a part of that attraction.
And even with that, the panacea is not complete because we still have commute problems, housing issues,
correct,
things on top of it. But from this one, it feels like when we, let's just characterize the last 6-12 months. When we have these vacancies, I think the feedback from you has been it's taken much longer. It's much harder to find. And then when we do find a candidate, you're going to pay them.
Right.
The price that they need to be paid, it's so that you end up truing up anyways per individual.
Right. One of the things the council did tonight was they authorized us to hire an executive recruiter on a kind of a mass contract basis so we can go out and find the talent. And one of our comments, what recruiters don't want to do is take on challenges or take on assignments that they can't fulfill. They don't make money doing that.
Right.
You know, they got to open a recruitment, find the best talent, have us hire that person, and put them to work and have them work for us for at least a year, because generally they guarantee their work that way. In talking to the recruiters, people won't even take our business because they're not interested in failing. And one of the goals here is really trying to make us more competitive, not just for ourselves, but when the recruiter goes out and represents us, is saying, here's what you could earn one day in Menlo Park. If the salary is here versus here, part of it is going to be attraction of that.
And when somebody leaves, if we have a lower salary for the replacement, is that we're still paying for that employee that left and whatever boost they got in terms of pension?
Right. For the PERS argument, there is I think there has been a misunderstanding about when an employee leaves and goes and earns a higher salary, then that becomes the basis for our payments for PERS, that is the higher salary. So someone like Kent Steffens, when he left us many years ago, who now finds himself as the city manager of Sunnyvale, I'm going to make up a number. He earns $300,000 a year. Right. That is our basis for paying, for doing all his calculations with regards to PERS for the time he was here.
No matter if they're here or not.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a big commitment, but I think it's the right one based on where we are and where the economics, will be. I also believe that if the economics aren't good, then you hold and you stay static for many years. We have in the past, and you do it again. It's the easiest needle is, I think, salary. The rest of them are highly they impact us pretty negatively if we keep stacking up. So I'm supportive of this, but I'm also, I'm aware of the sensitivities on all sides as I do it.
Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, so I expressed today my displeasure politely, collegially with the city manager that with the staff report that the comparables that were presented tonight weren't included in the staff report for public consumption and transparency purposes. In particular, the vast majority of the San Mateo County information was missing, and I think it should have been in the staff report. Having looked at it now, the reason why is because when you look at the Santa Clara County cities, they are much larger than Menlo Park. And just looking at the slide in front of us right now, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, Mountain View, San Jose, San Mateo, and moving down into the next band, Cupertino, Campbell, South San Francisco, Redwood City, are all cities larger, much larger than Menlo Park. It's not surprising to my colleagues that I was in support of adjusting the salary schedule, but not to the extent that we are adjusting it this evening. And that is because I do think when you look at the San Mateo County cities of like size, I would have been much more comfortably and closer to the median of that group. But I understand what is trying to be accomplished here, and so. But I did want to be able to state, and I have tremendous respect for our staff. This isn't about them. It's just simply trying to stay true to the principles that I've maintained all along as we approach these issues. And it's a tough position to be in because yes, I know we lost. We certainly lost Chip to Campbell for a big job, but Campbell is the second. Sunnyvale, excuse me, but it's the second largest. Sunnyvale is the second largest city in Santa Clara County. It's very, very big. It's a great job for him. So, anyway, those are my comments.
Okay. And for all the questions that I asked, I mean, I certainly recognize that increasing these ranges are certainly often a bitter pill, but to swallow. On the other hand, we are in a historically tight competitive market. and we aren't talking about going to compete head-to-head against the larger cities. We're still trying to be, as the slide shows, in the middle of the pack. I do understand, and I don't think we're ever going to be head-to-head with the larger cities. However, if at least we can somewhat close the gap in the middle range, which I think has been the long-standing policy of this council, to be in the middle, I think we've got to do it. So with that, I'm going to support. I don't know, Councilmember Klein, if you wanted to make a motion. And
I'll move that we adopt a resolution and amend the city's salary schedule effective April 1, based on the recommendation of the staff report.
And I will second the motion.
Can I say one thing?
Yes. Yes.
I actually thought that in a prior council meeting, the last time we discussed the minimum wage, that we reached consensus on council in direction to go ahead and make sure that we, although we're not taking action citywide at that time, to actually raise, to make sure we adhere to the minimum wage citywide for staff. So I'd like everyone to go back and check that, because I'm not sure we need to take action on it again.
So with that, let's vote on the resolution.
Councilmember Keith? She's up.
Yeah, we'll check. There's no one out on the phone line, correct? They've both. So, okay.
Just bear with me, Scott. I might need to go over and look at the vote again.
The motion passes 2-1 with Councilmember Mueller voting no and Council members Keith and Carlton absent.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions on the information items? So thank you, Lincoln and Nick. Any questions on information items? No. No city manager report. Okay.
I have one speaker.
I have.
You have one speaker
Oh,
for
do we have
L1.
Okay. Pamela, if you'd like to speak, you're welcome to come up. Actually, I'm going to make an announcement while we're waiting here. So I wanted to announce that we will be having a special city council meeting next Wednesday, March 21st at 7 p.m. to hold a public hearing to receive input on the 5-district map and 6-district map with an at-large elected mayor under the second alternative, and related election sequencing recommended by the Menlo Park Advisory Districting Commission. It's obviously a very important meeting, and very much encourage and spread the word and invite folks to attend. Okay, let's see. Pamela, would you?
6 minutes.
Let me make sure I understand. Pamela, donate time to. Are you speaking? So. I'm speaking. Okay, great. I'm trying to understand. Time donated to you from Michael Perez. Okay.
Right.
You have
Right.
6
Michael
minutes.
Perez isn't here, so I had to get a substitute.
Got it. Okay.
Which is why I'm doing this.
All right. Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you. I'll be reading 2 letters that were sent to the council, but we wanted to have them also heard. The first one is from Steve Chesson. My name is Pamela Jones. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. To Mayor Otake and council members Keith, Mueller, Carlton, and Klein, CC to City Attorney McClure. At your meeting of February 13th, 2018, you directed the City Attorney to proceed with placing an enabling charter on a November 2018 ballot and set specific guidelines for instances when the City Council is considering legislation that would vary from existing state statutes. I'm concerned that you may submit to the voters a charter that gives you broad but vague powers that the voters will reject. The example of the City of Davis general law city similar to Menlo Park is instructive. 2 years after students at UC Davis voted in 2002 to change the way they elect their student government to use the single transfer vote, STV, form of ranked choice voting, RCV, the City of Davis appointed a committee to examine if they should use a similar system to elect the City Council. They recommended yes, and an advisory question was put to the November 2004 ballot asking, should the City of Davis consider adopting choice voting, also known as instant runoff, or preference voting as a system to elect City Council members. STV was called choice voting back then. Measure L passed 54.7% to 45.3%. Since a general law city cannot use STV, the City Council appointed a subcommittee to draft a charter so that they could. But instead of a 2-article charter that effectively would have said that the City Council will be elected using choice voting, anything else is covered by the general laws of the state of California, they wrote an enabling charter, although they didn't call it that then. That they didn't even mention how the City Council should be elected. See attached for what I believe was the final report of the subcommittee. The charter was broad and allows for maximum flexibility. Page 11 through 16, PDF page 16. It was placed on the November 2008 ballot. Needless to say, the voters rejected it. The citizens of Davis weren't willing to buy a pig in a poke. My conversations with various citizens of Menlo Park have led me to believe that there is an undercurrent of mistrust with the City Council, that there is suspicion that the Council will give itself the authority to dictate Menlo Park's electoral system without requiring a vote of the people, as well as other powers that the citizens may not approve of. If you do that, I predict there will be vigorous opposition to such a charter, and it will lose at the ballot box. To avoid that fiasco, I recommend the following. At a future meeting, you will be deciding whether to adopt a plan of 5 or 6 districts or a plan of 5 districts or a plan of 6 districts plus a separately elected mayor. Whatever plan you adopt, you should also become the first article of your charter. The second article would specify everything else would be covered by general law. An example of such a charter is attached, which you have with the handout. Such a simple charter would be adopted easily by the city voters, as it would be completely transparent. All the city would be doing is codifying whatever districting plan you adopt. Once adopted, at future elections, you would propose subsequent amendments to address other issues after appropriate public input. This could be changing the electoral system or giving the City Council additional powers. But even if those changes are rejected by the voters, you still would be a charter city. I hope you find this useful. Sincerely, Steve Chessum, President, California for Electoral Reform. Since I'm not going to have time to read all of the second letter from Jen Wolofson, which you also received today, I just wanted to give a couple of highlights here. One being, why charter now? And the concerns are with the city proposed enabling charter. The initial enabling charter proposal would need to be adopted by voter approval, but in its present form, the charter, however, would give the City Council the authority to implement municipal affairs powers granted by the charter. This implementation of municipal affairs could range from issues like electoral mechanism to land use and contracts, among other issues. To repeat, while the original enabling charter would be adopted by voter approval, subsequent implementations would be enacted by the City Council via an ordinance. We have 2 main concerns with this approach. One, while the Menlo Park Residents for Good Governance appreciates the work that has gone into considering a charter, our intention in promoting the move to a charter was to provide flexibility for the city's electoral system, not grant the City Council the right to enact ordinances that would allow a broad range of municipal affairs to be implemented. We believe that any changes in municipal affairs should go to the voters to be decided, not enacted by ordinance. The position addresses some of the concerns raised by Councilmember Mueller at the last council meeting. By leaving the enabling charter as a shell, we believe that voters, for good reason, would be suspicious about which municipal affairs the city is intending to implement or modify. It is highly likely that this enabling charter would be viewed as a Trojan horse and voted down by a skeptical public. The preferred action is as stated in Steve Chesham, suggesting that we'd have a 2-article charter. One defining the voting system. The second part would be that the rest of the city would be general law. Once that happens, I'd like to reiterate, that means that we would not have to wait until every 2 years for the major elections in which to have ordinances on the ballot. Thank you.
Whoops, sorry, I didn't have the mic on. It's getting late. Thank you, Pamela, for your comments, and also relaying on the letters. In fact, I just pulled up Jen Willison's email while you're reading it, just to make sure that I have it. With that, I think, and I know those were comments on the information items, so with that, I think we are adjourned until, again, next Wednesday night on the 21st, and look forward to seeing everyone at that time. Thank you. Good night.